Alright. Alright, and we're continuing on with some more Ace Attorney Chronicles. Well, adventures. The first game. Alright. What's it called? So I guess with this one, last case was like all investigation, but we also had like 3 dance of deduction moments. So yeah, let's go. I guess we're in London now, so let's get right to it. I guess this time it's going to be back to the usual format of investigation plus courtroom case. So let's go. The Adventure of the Runaway Room.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced
Love the third
with
case, so
events of a
insane.
certain bitter
Alright,
winter.
looking forward to it.
A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night.
Are these like actual
Though the
passages
victim and
from the
perpetrator were
Sherlock
only
Holmes
ones
stuff?
inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes,
Sure, no problems,
once
yeah.
said of the incident,
Good.
I
Oh, you're.
believe that perhaps that case was
Good luck with
indeed
that. Good luck with
the
it.
prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Alright, let's go.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure.
I guess this time we're not going to be involved, like,
I suppose
personally.
we're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
Alright, here we are. I guess this time we're not going to be involved, like, personally. With, like, getting, like, with the getting, actually being at, maybe we'll be at the scene of the crime. 18 February, 9:21 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Alright, so yeah, since we're, like, in London, we're going to have a different judge now as well. What an incredible place. But yeah, it's obviously got, like, what's it called? It's not fully a timepiece, since, yeah, gigantic, like, gears and obviously Herlock Sholmes' technology stuff. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in a few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Narhoda-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity. As envoys, to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So, we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, either take Kazuma's place as the law student, so headed for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer, which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way you'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Oh, you look cool. You look like a villain. Oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I'm Mel Strongheart. Yeah, no, tomorrow. I'll do Yu-Gi-Oh! Tomorrow. I planned 2 streams of this this week. And then an open slot for tomorrow. No heads. Ha. But yeah, I didn't realize the festival was ending really soon. I'm almost done with the anthology event. I'm like, I need like 3 wins to get all of the reward, well, all of the gems rather. And then I didn't start Synchro Fest, so that'll be tomorrow as well. But yeah, look forward to that. If I should be able to stream tomorrow. I think it should be fine. Yeah. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Ah, yes, thank you. Alright, what's up? Let's talk about London first then. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help. If only Paul Bongi showed up as a twist villain last stream. Ha! Because they messed the chickens, huh? Ha! I've been so nervous ever since I got here, but I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say, I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water, and gas, even cables supplying electric. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh, yes, astounding is the word. It's T-Corp. Ha! I mean, T-Corp does seem to be based on Industrial Revolution, London. Or rather the Nest. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. Everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we'll be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our grand city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and we will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Like child labor. I mean, to be fair, we are past the Industrial Revolution era, so I don't expect child labor being a thing by this point. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the centre of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Yeah, about that. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times, we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. And the law student stuff. Lord Chief Justice, I think you're expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Asoji, if my memory serves. A funny review on Elcott the other day. What is it? That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard a steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. When they said suffering Bill's character, I didn't expect they meant it for the player as well. Ha! Ha! Pretty much how it goes. They told me you Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that is true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of your young lawyer means the study arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madame? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo. This is it then. The moment of truth. Alright, continuing the study tour. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead, without a lawyer from your country. There's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was advised to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Asoji. At least, that's what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I gonna say? If there is someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's me. It's me. It's me. I can do it. For content. Honestly, I'm curious what would have happened if I said the other responses. He'd probably be like tongue-tied. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but no qualifications, you say, and you still claim to be a lawyer. I acted as a lawyer in court before, only once, as it happens, and I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused. But glossing over the details, I've been spending every spare moment of my journey here to Great Britain studying. Yeah, it's gonna officially release tomorrow. Yeah, looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Yeah, since there is the rips from in-game, but I'm looking forward to hear the official audio for it as well. I wonder if it's any different from the game version. We'll see. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Burya. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short period of time, but I can't go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asoji's journey had only just begun. Coming here in the study tour is all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. Only several years. I mean, that's putting it lightly. That's putting it lightly. I imagine it does take a long-ass time, though. Yeah, since aren't lawyers like all of them are like in their 30s or something at minimum? They're like old. Either they're really old or like at least 30s. Most are, yeah. Like, I don't live in America, but like they have lots of those billboards, like lawyer billboards for like, oh, you got in an accident, call me and stuff. But yeah, I think they're all like, none of them are young, that's for sure. I know it must sound like an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you into good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one first thing, sir. Yes? When was the most fun you had in Warframe? I played it with friends a long time ago. It's just that we got busy with whatever stuff. So, yeah. Mostly it was just playing with friends, really. Was the fun. And like, it was that mission where you do like waves and waves of enemies. That was pretty cool. But yeah, it was mostly just like a friend experience. Any games with friends is much better. I don't really play that many multiplayer games, I feel. But yeah. You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asoji planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes. That's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did this expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Yeah, because Asoji, like, Kazuma has plans, but we don't know what his plan is. It's a type of game where the more you play, the less you enjoy. I think it's like when you're at the part where you just grind and grind. Like when it takes a lot of effort to unlock something, but then it's like you're lacking stuff as well. Also, I guess when you're just waiting for new things to do, I guess. Only when you're waiting for things to do. Well, now it's only log in, set up shop, and log off. Ah, I see. Like, I never did it myself, but like one of my friends was really active. I think they still play, actually. I think they still play, but they're like pretty active for like trading stuff for Prime. But is it Prime? Whatever it's called. The gold thingy currency. Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whatever you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Platinum. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, and then he just gave us some platinum because like he had a lot of it. Really? Alright, what's the test? I guess it's going to be the case that we're going to solve. So, what form of test would the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an app trial about to be later today. Friends of a rich capitalist. Ha. Ha. I mean, because he didn't really like pay into the game, so he just did trading. He didn't he's not paid to win. He didn't really pay for much, if at all, in game. So it's just trading. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this would be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Is anything worth paying for? Fair. I mean, I guess if you just want to do things fast. I think there was stuff like... I mean, if you don't trade, like, slots... gear slots or like inventory slots, I think, because at a point where you just like have no slots left. Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say, but I should mention, just in case. If the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Oh right, oh they have death penalty then, huh? Smashable? I played Valkyrie a lot. I think Nyx as well, yeah. Nyx and Valkyrie I liked a lot. I can't remember the rest. I think I played Nyx and Valkyrie a lot. Because I liked their abilities. I don't remember who else I played, or names rather. So I think it's those two, because those are the only two I remember names for. In terms of writing, who would have... Well, no, writing good metafiction is hard. I see, yeah, good... Yeah, I guess it's like you just gotta wait and just until you're ready to pick up the pen again, huh? But good luck with your writing when you get back to it then, yeah. Oh, Titania, I remember that one, yeah, the healing one. The support one, yeah. I don't think I played when Garuda was there. I know Zephyr, but I don't remember that one. I don't remember it, at least. But again, I'm bad with names, so there's that. Capital punishment. He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in a short sea-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I'm the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? When was the death... I don't know when the death penalty was removed in real life. Because it feels like we're like 1960s, 50s. No, not 50s. 1960s, I guess. 70s, 60s. I imagine. No, that's too. No, wait. That's too late. I think. I don't know. Whatever time equivalent we're in, I guess. I don't know. You can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate things. All you have to do is ensure you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court. Almost finished. Just finished. I need to make the final dialogue. Narrative layer stuff. I see. Alright. Almost there then. Good luck. What's TGAA? What's that? Oh no, oh this game. This game. So the defendant may live or die, yeah. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. Yeah, I just realized. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asoji. It's more like the abbreviation. I was like, huh? I was speaking like Tengun Gurren AA. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. As in, like, as in, like, what goes for AA? I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? Yeah, sure. We'll do it. Alright then, if I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. Not wrong there. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to East tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo... I'm sorry, Mrs. Zato. What could I do? It's alright. I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madame? I think what Mrs. Otto means is that no matter how badly I like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see the trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. True, it is a bit sick. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. We're going to be involved somehow. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful. But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. It feels like there could be some shady stuff going on. I said that last time and it didn't happen. Well, kind of. But like, it feels like there's going to be more shady things going on. I hope Hosonaga is still around though, unless he's gone back to Japan. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope? So that every time something happens. True, true. There is that. It's just that, yeah, I'm just suspicious. It feels like there is a bigger plot at hand. So, we'll see. So, what do you say now, madame? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. And I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. OBS. OBS disconnected for like 1 second. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. He's gone. The Old Bailey. We're back now, at least. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, We must leave at once. Alright, let's move. Mrs. Otto, can I just ask you something? Careful. From this position, I can perform Mrs. Otto's takedown in an instant. No. Mr. Naruhodo, you heard Lord Strongheart. The trial begins imminently. If I need to throw you, I will. You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask me everything, you'd have better wait until we're at the Old Bailey. Oh, so are we just going straight to the court case then? Instead of doing investigation? We'll see. No, I don't think so. Unless we, because I know like the other games had like court case and then we had what's it called? A court case and then we had investigation after, like partway through the court case to give us time. Like there's an interlude for another investigation, but we'll see. London's highest criminal court with an illustrious past, the Old Bailey. This is where I'm to take my test and prove my worthiness as a lawyer. Let's go. We bowl. 18th February, 9:45 AM. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. Oh, thank goodness, we're in time. There's still 50 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favourite lines from Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not quite sure you're pleased. Not quite sure why you're so pleased. And I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. Maybe he's hiding. He's just scared. So, this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one who was about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're here to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this very moment. Top of the morning to ya, madame. You're just chill, aren't you? You're chill about this, huh? What are you doing following me here? Things are quite desperate, are they? Are fair desperate. Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do you need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been here myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, an old while in a strange faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. Is he the defendant? Tis grand. Let me start with giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mr. Zato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. He's a conman. He feels like a conman. Could that much rain fall in one day? Well, even so, we can't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah! That hit me in the eye. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you no strings attached. I've been wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is... Don't worry about that thing. All you do is stand up there next to me. Nothing more. Otherwise, you see... The trial's going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but... Does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Blustering blazes, do yous not know who I am? Me? One of London's biggest names? No, sorry. We've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just like the Hyde Park there in the centre of London is another beautiful park. Sorry? A park? What? It is called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the springs and singing birds and whatnot. I donated the city, so I did. An entire park in central London? A city of smiles. That's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. That's impressive. Amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. But now they've the gall to say I'm good for nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask you? Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo, perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves, while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? The British language. Pretty much. They've got a good, what's it called? Showing of it, let's say. I know you're thinking, this chance of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? I was wondering that, yeah. Because he did. That's the only explanation. Well, what? The charge of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. That's true. Why the blazes can't he hire the most finest lawyer in England? Because he did. That's the only explanation. Oh, it's saying like, why didn't he hire the finest lawyer? Because he did, which is us. Like we're bigging ourselves up. Exactly. Yes, exactly. What now? Well, like you said, if you have all that money but you don't have anyone to represent you in court, there's no logical conclusion than that you're guilty of the charges. He did it. Oh, that's what... Irish leprechaun. Ha. Yeah, it is like a cut like muck. So yeah. What you call a spade in the East, so do you. So you do. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean any offense. I still can't express myself very well in English, you see. And I'm never sure what's acceptable to say and what isn't, so... Is that so? Because you sounded fluent enough when you were telling me what a blackguard I must be. I'm terribly sorry. I can't say I blame you for thinking it, fella. It is a little strange, to be honest. Why don't you have a lawyer, I mean? That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did you just say Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barak von Zykes. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Van Zyke stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, He hasn't lost, has he? The accused has been damned. What? Didn't... Yeah, like Edgeworth had like a 100% win rate before as well, I think. I think that's like... Yeah, because like... I think he did this. I think he had a 100% win rate as well. So it's reached a desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Barak von Zykes. He must have been an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madame. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel... That would be me. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella. Don't let me down. But... I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I made up my mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I just had to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? Well, then you made an appearance. A sinner of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I can do know is that I can't turn my back on him. Alright, so I guess we are just doing different format of like, here's a courtroom case. I don't know, maybe, unless we do have the interlude halfway through the trial where we go and investigate the place. We'll see. Mr. Naruhodo. The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you'll lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. Alright, here goes. It's happening then. My first trial in British at court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma, because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. I do wonder if we'll see Kazuma again somehow, like if his spirit is living in his blade. We'll see. Because it just feels weird he's dead. It just still feels weird. Oh, that's grand. 18th February, 10 AM, the Old Bailey court room. Oh, we have a jury? We have a jury this time. Is it a jury? So it's the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different from the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and surreal at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes. What? Still pretty nervous, huh? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. Alright, here goes. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecutor is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Alright, yeah, because I was wondering, because like, he looks he looks dead. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from the ready if I tried. A cosplayer. Yeah, he's like another Edgeworth lookalike in this game. Like, we have Kazuma, who's like Edgeworth, who's our friend. And now we have Van Zykes, who looks like, what's it called? Edgeworth as well. Wasn't Renosuke speaking English all this time? I think it's like a funny thing where like you for the sake of like not being hard annoying to read, there probably is times where he's speaking Japanese probably. Like to like Susato maybe. Those eyes please me, Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, cling to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. A cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? Hey there, welcome to the stream. Welcome. What did I miss? We arrived in London. We met the head of justice guy, Strongheart, and like in order for us to like take Kazuma's place as a student here, we pretty much got sent to like be the lawyer in this defense trial right away. But yeah, we don't know anything about the case yet, so we have to learn about the case during the actual court trial as well. So we're just pretty much thrown into it. As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young, even the fellows are still from some little island off in the far east. It is not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a chance. You know, it's like Von Karma. He's like Van Zykes. Like he looks like Edgeworth as well. I like to think that that's a tribute do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded. What a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear they donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please maybe go and play in McGilded Park. This is about everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news. Sonny has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Yeah, we'll see what Van Zyk's deal is as well. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? I guess we're gonna get like just 6 random people, not random, but like new people every time, maybe potentially. We'll see. Okay, yeah, there's a jury in this game as well. Then, like, I know, like, what's it called? Apollo Justice. Like, one of its big aspects was like, well, plot points was like wanting a jury system implemented in it. I don't remember if they even mentioned the jury system again in. It was like a trial jury system, but like I can't remember if they had the jury involved in Dual Destinies or not, or if that wasn't implemented yet in terms of like story. Yes, my lord. In the task to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. And the manner his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Ha! Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Just finish these mitts for my grandson. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, those people are the jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet, and not for like, gosh knows how many years. That's right, I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. The defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. Yeah, I saw it's coming. The song is coming out officially tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to that. I'm curious to see if there's any like differences in game versus the official release. So looking forward to that. But how exactly do jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. Prosecutor Van Zykes. My lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in a courtroom. I thought you were announced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstances which the court should be aware? Van Zykes, I wish I were the one being called my lord here. Ha! Ha! He does look really cool. I'll leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years? Why do you have to choose the day of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening. 3 days passed. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks, known in the community as Thrice Fired Mason. Sorry, Thrice. He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. Oh, I thought fired as in like fired. Like expelled, removed from the job. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service of the streets of London at the time. A dagger had been thrust into the victim's abdomen. It's believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and photograph as evidence. Autopsy and photo. Alright. Face is obscured by an old crooked hat. I'm back. Is the British-Japanese guy in chains still trying to become a lawyer in England? Or is he still getting his ass kicked in training? Oh no. We're now in a court case, yeah. He's still trying to become a lawyer. It's just that we pretty much got told, if you want to study here, you have to win this trial for this man's life. Pretty much, to put it really simply. So we're at the very start of like learning what the case is and what's going on, at least. Let's see what this 54 standing once in the abdomen whilst journeying in an omnibus, died to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. And let's just see if there's anything suspicious about this. Not really. What is a button missing? That's probably gonna come up soon. There's a button missing on his jacket. Well, coat, whatever. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Oh, good lord. Is that blood, counsel? Job experience is job experience. Didn't make the bill as a wrestler, so would you trust him as a lawyer? I'd say lawyer has a better chance than a wrestler for him. Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them? That's not really helping our case, huh? Yes, I'll accept these as evidence as well. Defendant's leather gloves have been entered into the court record. How did I get into this? Let me check. Let's examine this. Nothing special about them. Just gloves. The hell case. I see. We'll see how this goes. I'm looking forward to it. Because like last case was just sad. The last case with Kazuma was just really sad. Like Sholmes was really good to meet, but like it was also like Also, it was just full investigation, pretty much. How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I even started. Continuing. According to the driver of this omnibus, there were only 2 passengers travelling inside his vehicle at a time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Alright, his pointing is like elegant. It's just smooth. Well, that pretty much makes it hard to defend. Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded! To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the most of the carriage, my lord. Lilting, so it is. And when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I never laid eyes on him before in my life. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul would rush to help a fella bleed from his stomach? I wasn't able to stop worrying about my gloves now, was I? We just had to give the man a hand. So the blood got into the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Alright, not helping our case. Tell them, Van Zykes. Ha! Order! 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 When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. There were witnesses to the crime. It's not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. This is why no one steps up to defend the guy. He's pretty much got, like, everything on lock, pretty much. Like, everything's just locked down right now. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will have the testimony from the witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witness in at once. I love his action. It's so extra. Okay, we're doing that thing with multiple witnesses at once. And then someone's gonna do some weird movement, probably. Witnesses, your name and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive on an omnibus on the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name is First. Lady First. Make hats for gents. Nice name. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witnessed to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well, then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you would tell the court precisely what you saw. Alright. We're gonna have to see, like, someone be fidgety, I guess. What the witnesses saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into the guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. I mean, the driver knows nothing. Are they under oath? I sure hope so. Or if it turns out, or if it's gonna be like the first case, where like, they were told to lie. Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. But not the driver. The driver saw nothing. I'd like to question, if I may. Yes, counsel? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case... Oh, he's got his slams much more better now. How could these two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant of our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you even travelled in an omnibus? Well, no. I only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for all of us to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes. The omnibus in which the bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? Just bring in the whole carriage. The entire carriage? Bailiff? Bring forth the stricken omnibus. Alright, cool. We have the literal carriage in here. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of city architecture and sights are to be had from the top of the omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there's a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Ah, skylight. Oh! The penny drop at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on the omnibus when the murder took place. Alright, that's not as clear-cut then. That's not quite clear-cut. I think that the skylight must have a blind spot then. But that's how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. That makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit an omnibus, the omnibus itself, as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Alright, time to examine this omnibus then. Very well, I see no reason why not. The omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. The omnibus has been added. 8-seater omnibus, passengers both inside and on the roof that night. Can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? Okay, I guess this removes the need. I guess this case is full-on courtroom. There's no need to investigate the crime scene because it's right here. I see. Oh, they can see. Never mind. Fine. You can see inside the carriage with the opening, that's for sure. There's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, and I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Phoenix Wright Omnibus. Nice reference. Jobmasters London head office. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder. It's horrible. Honestly, this is a nice way of doing it then. Like, just cut to the chase sometimes and not have it all just be... Oh, what's this? The sea has a handle, it seems. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. It's a storage compartment for the customer to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't be any space for passengers to store their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. It would, if it was I feel it would. I feel it would be convenient. Alright, that's the blood stain. That's the blood that's soaked in the seat. The victims obviously. That seat would have been clearly visible from the front roof deck. Would you really stab someone in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark. There was a lamp in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything through the skylight? Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Nothing sticking out. That's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Crystal Tower. Oh right, didn't Sherlock Holmes mention that? Ooh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement, and the prospect of such a grand event. That's the skylight. Yeah, that's a skylight. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch on any description. But I suppose it can't be opened inside the cabin at least. Ah, poster for a... Okay, yeah, it's the same poster. Nothing out of the ordinary here. It's the blood. Not much to see here. In here. Alright, let's check the outside real quick. This seems clear cut. Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside then. I don't see anything in particular here. I can't find anything on the plate. Fine. That's where the horses go. London Omnibus. Yeah, there's nothing. 418. There's nothing. I mean, if they were sitting, where were they sitting? Here or there? Is the question. If they were sitting back here, yeah. So this is the room deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them, and they have to pay money to do so? Ugh. I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. Unless they were sitting here. In the front seat. Yeah, roof deck. But why would you sit on the roof deck at night in the first place? That's the only suspicious thing right now. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving the omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Yeah, we've done that already. Let's continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of the British court's examination rights. Cross-examination rights. Alright, my first cross-examination in Britain. Focus, Renosuke. Focus. Alright. The only weird thing is, like, why would they be up there? What witnesses saw? And it was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember well.
Hold it!
Alright, let's check. Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh yes, that's right, sir, yes. Even ever so cold it was, freezing in fact. Yeah, nothing sus. Yeah, nothing suspicious with what they're saying. And you had 4 passengers on board at a time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though, no. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place? No one alighted, for example? You're quite right with that, sir, no. No other passengers like that. No, none. So nobody fled the scene of the crime then. I have to say, the boss insists on it running, he does, every evening. The last bus of the day. You're just cold. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. Yeah, not the best spending. Well, to be fair, you're cold. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus.
Hold it!
Sure, give us details. And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage? That's right, when you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. Yeah, we can tell. There was a lamp on the inside, so I had a pretty good view. Okay. That's not him, though. The suit color is different. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But then, there's no certain doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? Mr. McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget, when the vehicle comes to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There is no room for doubt there. I really wish there was. Then out of the blue, the accuser reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
Hold it!
You actually saw the moment it happened? Didn't I really testify to that? Or are fair dinkum, hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? Not really. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail. Is that... My lord. Juror number 3? What's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. After that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. Ah, that's extra. I see. There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. This is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example for my fellow jurors. I mean, you're giving judgment before it's, like, time to decide, so... guess not perfect. What is happening here? Let me see. Ah, yes, it seems that's how members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent, black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a bolt of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried about than I was before. Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue your cross-examination. Ha. This is a nightmare. I mean, they're giving their verdict really early, so it's a bit fucked up. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed I did. Couldn't help it.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was on the roof seats. Yeah, you're fine. I remember seeing a little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right from his belly, that huge, great knife. A grim sigh indeed. That didn't help me at all. The jury looks like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious when Mr. Good is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Oh, yes, sir. It's just the knife. You saw? Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. That's the very one, sir. Is that... Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. This blade is... That's a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please, no. M, for Magnus perhaps, or McGilded possibly. Take your pick. They are mentioning the size of the blade a lot. They are mentioning it a ton. It seems that particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake. Yeah, magnificent mistake. Could be W. True, it could be W. M and W.
Objection!
Like, upside down, who knows? But there are M's everywhere. Like, yes. Like in Mason.
Objection!
Oh, he has some regal-looking objection. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel. The murder weapon has been entered in the courtroom. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Juror number 2, go on. Mr. McGill is a pillar of the society and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, I mean, now we're split. Most of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what do you do? Wait, dispose of the rubbish. I mean, okay, it's really like making a point that the juror is not perfect either, because they're giving their judgments like we're not even done. We're nowhere near done. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Yeah, I think it's really making a point to show the system isn't perfect either in Great Britain. As much as we're hyping it up to be really good, this is terrible. Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed this guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But either that or like this is a system to like discourage pressing every single statement. Not sure. If it is, I'll give it to them. That's good, because it becomes like just press everything first and then see. Alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. I think we're going to be saved by the grandma character. I think the grandma character will save us.
Hold it!
What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that'll be passenger, sir. Yeah, collapsed on the floor he was. Collapsed on the floor? No, wait, that's wrong. Why is he on the seat then? That's wrong then. And by the passenger, obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason. the brickmaker. And then the other passenger had a knife in his hand, like this. By the other passenger, obviously referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? That makes no sense. If he's on the floor, that doesn't make sense. My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5. Do I take that you two? As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. Alright, what's this about impartial jury? What do you mean impartial jury? This is not impartial. If he has some stake in this. This is not impartial. Gosh. I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open mind a little long. Gee up now, Silver Blaze. The finish is in sight. Alright, Grandma. You're our only hope. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. This is not impartial. This is not impartial. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agreed to condemn this man. Alright, come on, Grandma. Save us. At least I guess it's not, as long as it's not like, a full, I guess as long as there's one opinion against it, it's fine, apparently. Is that how it works? Or is it not? I know there's like some cases where if it's not fully unanimous, for like a vote or something, it doesn't go through. But I don't know how it works for a jury system. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear. What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your learning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park around this time of the day and sit on the nice bench and get on my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated to the city, you know. To put a smile on his face, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Maybe go to the McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books. How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know what kind of man Magnus McGilded really is? Are we doing a character assassination now? What kind of man is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did he get all that wealth? Where did that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one very darkest of souls. Defamation, yeah. Character assassination. What? Stone the crows. McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. Ah. Alright. Not the best guy. Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He's a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard of any mention of this before. Application to someone is acceptable. It says attorney. Pretty much. Your faculties haven't disturbed you, I'm sure, madame. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing in it to his name, so have a considerable financial liability. It will come to no surprise that his creditor was accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment day for his debts. Goodness gracious. The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, the pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it. If I might add something briefly, Mr. Zato, you claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where's the evidence to support your claim? Alright, come on, show us. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollowed chalice in a court of law. There it is. Lord Van Zyke's hollowed chalice. How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage. I didn't expect to experience it myself. As a judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job. What a pity your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. Debtor's ledger has been entered into the court record. Let's check it. Ah yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. Let's check it ourselves. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets to London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you, not finding Mr. Sholmes' name inside. Well, let's see what we find. Nothing on the back. Alright. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness! What is it? Look at this! Do you see this name here? Doctor's handwriting hell. Pretty much. Like cursive and all that. I guess they don't teach cursive nowadays though, at least. Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strange, familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay. The witness testifying at this very moment. Oh yes, the banker. Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment day is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course. But this could be very useful information. Oh, he wants him killed. Bruce wants him killed because he doesn't want to pay back his debt. So he's fucked. Oh, he's screwed now. We got him. The victim owed a considerable sum, and the accused made quite certainly an ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madame, this is the modus operandi of the accused. And such a pretty little part, too. What a scoundrel. No! Still, maybe it's over for the best. Wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before. I don't stand for nonsense. Alright, so then what? How do we recover from this? Unless we have to, like, unless we go back in time and we don't press everything, pretty much. That was it. The last juror's decision. I think we go back in time. We must go back in time. Or like Kazuma's blade does something. According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, courtroom proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh. There's a footnote, though. A footnote. However, the defense... Susato, hurry up! All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of the country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Mr. Zato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You're in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your encyclopedia. However, the defense... What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. Ooh! Alright. Let's do that. Summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination? From which century has that tome of you have there been resurrected? The summation examination so much, we're so back. Alright, another mechanic, let's go. Starting from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text of British law wouldn't even give an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So, you're out of luck. Oh. The armband. What even is it, Mrs. Otto? This so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. Is it still in the law though? I imagine so. It's just been erased from the textbooks. Typical Nipponese. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we will be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what, exactly? Appeal to them to change their leanings and reverse the decisions. It says here that... If successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse the decisions. Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use summation examination to influence the judge's decision. Jury. Where that procedure becomes something for humanity with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Well, we're here to bring changes. Let's go. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. We got you now. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? A summation examination. Our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it or admit defeat? Assert it. As much as it'd be funny to like do the wrong option, because the text skipping in this game is slow. We can't fast forward. The defense wishes to assert its right to summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But it's alright. But if it's alright, it's alright. I believe it could prove vital to our trial. The defense position is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. Say that like 5 times in a row. Summation examination there. This is madness. Foreman, are you and your remainder of the jury ready? Did you know you have rights? Ha! Think so. Think so. Ban salty he might lose. Pretty much. Eh? Well, I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they reached the decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention of this was made before. I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. That seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then, the summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for, to turn this trial around. So be it then, ladies and gents of the jury. The court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of the most serious crime. I wonder how we're going to do this then. And this is it's more presenting. Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far, and drawn a logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised price for about 4 pence for years. Oh! That's the spice. That's the spice. 4 pence times 4 is 4 times 4 is 4812. So that means there was 2 more. There was 6. That means there must have been 6 passengers. Because 4 times 4 is 12. Yeah. No, 4, 8, 12. 16. 16. 16. 16. So there's 1 more passenger not counted for. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief. Yeah, no. 4. He's wrong. He's wrong. We got it. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. I need to get these 6 people to change their minds. For everything I can at them, and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to throw my icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Fortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, we've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Then what am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work, then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are completely strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the court together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. Ooh, spicy. I see. So there's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in our statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off. We got this. We know which... It's obvious which one is which. I ask you to take a stand with this. I was reading a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. I'm going to use our sword. The defense rebuttal. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to be him. I trust the driver. Excellent memory. 20 pence.
Hold it!
But does this ability to recall his takings that night really tell us how trustworthy the man is? I manage his lordship's cash affairs, so I'm very particular when it comes to accounts. I see. A single penny can mean the difference between life and death after all, you count it. That's saying in your court. Is that saying in your country? My point is, a man who manages figures is a man you can trust. Those of us in service would swear to that, sir. Does that bench really need any more polishing? The good driver says that he saw Mr. McGilded in the act. I don't doubt him. The only task I have to do today is disposing of the rubbish. Ah, now wait a minute. One of the other jurors mentioned something about money, I think. Now would be a very good time to listen carefully to the jurors' statements again, Mr. Naruhodo. Inconsisting two different jurors are saying, I would expose it by pitting them against each other. How do they kill them? Oh, slash. You mean the slash. I see. They slash. I see. I see. We can't go backwards, though, I think. Yeah, we can't go backwards. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised up... Wait. Let's pit this against the maid.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. They do. Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on Silverblaze's name and name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, gosh, the pacing around. There were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question, and according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. I was precisely those typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That is it. Fair and convenient single price. Just the way London carriages should be operated. Yeah, then prices go up. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man? Why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do multiplication... Ah! It would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely, 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes. In other words, on the omnibus that night. Is distinctly possible? There was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Goodness gracious. This can't be right. This coachman of the guild is good honest men. One and all, trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider the fact if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the inner side of the set scales. Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo. Alright, this works in our favor, fine then. He's biased towards coachman, but then that also works in our favor. This is all very irritating. Some villainous manipulation here. I don't think it's villainous. It feels right. I mean, I guess to be fair, he did say, yeah, your reputation is ruined once people know that your coach is hiding someone. So, gotta do what you have to do. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. Aw, thanks. Alright, nice. For the love of Mike. Not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I can certainly count on my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. You're cool, you're cool. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper to be hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. You did it. If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more. Actually, there is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. That's where you must strike first. I have to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Exactly. You can do it. There's 2 more? Alright, there's one I don't know then. There's 2 more that I don't know. They still weigh heavy in the guilt side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. I'm changing my lean to innocent. I would like to hear what the slipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself. He struck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. Depot. This trial continues and get to the bottom of this corruption. Not guilty, I say. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. Beggars belief. Ah, okay, that's it. You and Knife Man. Just like this. Well, I think let's double check. Let's press Knife Guy. And see if he clarifies what he means by stab like this. Find 2 statements contradictory, which is much easier said than done. Is that perhaps what you were just thinking? How'd you know? Well, I took the liberty of doing some research in case you happen to find yourself in such a situation. Did I read you what I found out? It's a little long, I'm afraid. No, I'm fine. I want to see what she says, but like, I know what to do. I mean, I guess it's just... Wait, what did she say? Well, I took the liberty of doing some research in case... Do we need to find 2 jurors? No, we know. No, that's fine, we know. If I have to rely on advice right from the start, how will I get on later? No, I need to work this out for myself now. Is that perhaps what you're just thinking? How did you know? Well, that's sort of an attitude. It's most admirable, Mr. Naruhodo. I know what I have to do. Let's listen to us once more. Alright, yeah. It's how he was stabbed. Let's double check what you're saying. Careful, you could hurt someone with that. You're a fine one to talk with that sword. What if that sword hanging from your waist, hmm? No, that's just my battered soul. Well, anyway, despite anyone with too much money, they're all the same. All stabbing some brickmaker or other behind the scenes. You mark my words.
Objection!
Wait, that doesn't seem unlikely, doesn't it? Are you mad, man? We know that small shorty's a rotten Shylock. Well, yes, that does seem to be the case, but... Mr. Naruhodo, please, be careful what you say. If he's been trying to squeeze money out of us, less fortunate, but as far as I'm concerned... He's goody as sin. The man can hang. Come to think of it, didn't one of the other jurors have something to say about the defendant's underhand activities? If you follow something, Mr. Naruhodo, don't let it go. Test your theory. Okay, yeah. It's telling us which is making it clear. I'm telling the president to use R to pit. Yeah, sure. Right, pit. It's a knife guy. It's number 3 and 6. 3 and 6. Oops. Okay, we have to go to you then. press you. Stabbing on the floor. Yeah. No, shit! I meant Pit. You should stop waving that needle around. You heard what the good husband said before, didn't you? The hideous man stabbed the poor fellow, just like this. Yes, that is what he said. You're right. Mr. McGilded Park. Mr. McGilded Park is such a good, lovely little place too. I've always enjoyed resting my legs there while I get on my knitting. And I had thought that anyone who donated such a delightful place must be fine fellow indeed. I suppose I was wrong though. Whoever would have thought he was a miserable murdering moneylender with not a scrap of remorse. Oh help. She's as sure as she can that he's guilty now. Old lady suddenly seems to know her mind, doesn't she? Alright, I need to press Pit. Do I think? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We know. No. I know how this works. I wish the games had better skip functions. But okay, we got this. Pit you against number 6. 3 and 6.
Objection!
Those two statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel, post haste. Oh dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradict even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the victim, the actual moment the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you see I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ha! Want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. Just like the prim banker said. Yes, that's what Mr. Fairplay's testimony. That was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madame? Oh, well, dear. As far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now, don't move. Take a look at those 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches. What a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh. But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen? In all good conscience. Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. And now we're back at parity. And plus the knife guy. But the scales. I don't believe it. Wait. Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on all of us. We are so back. For sure, yep. If I could use magic, do you think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me, Dark Jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if 2 witnesses have slightly different recollections of the events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on an omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again. This old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you. They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? Let me see. Taking on the omnibus, the victim is stabbed on the front. Less work for us. Stabbed once in the abdomen. Yeah, so no, he wasn't stabbed from the back. Guys just lies. He wasn't stabbed in the back. Two different moments, out of the question. There'll be blood on the floor. Yeah, there'll be blood as well on the floor, so it makes no sense. Yeah, he was stabbed once. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you dark jinx? Come on, out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What? What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So, where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you save us out of the question, show me proof. Alright, simple enough. There's only one knife, but we autopsy report. Autopsy report. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable, hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by the autopsy.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Only once. It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses couldn't possibly have seen it happen to two different times. Alright, I concede defeat. He's pretty cool. Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won. Well, not really won, but we're getting there. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. They got some tongue animation there. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jury is now standing at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate. And the trial must continue. Alright, let's hear what you say, Von Zykes. I hereby ask the defense, prosecuting witnesses to return to their places, and I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. I can't wait to see Von Zykes just sweat and be nervous for once. So, Lord Van Zykes. Zeeks or Zykes? Lord Van Zykes, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Gotta chug a large one. Having savoured the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hollowed chalice. Oh, Zeeks. Okay, Zeeks. It may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks. Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. Oh, I was wondering why. So I honor deathly silence and listen to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove, a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. I wonder if Zeke's, like, what's it called? Like, obviously we have, like, Edgeworth and and stuff that are, like, concerned with the truth. Like, they want to find the truth and stuff. While we have, like, Von Karma from Ace Attorney, who's like, nah, get my guilty verdict, 100% win rate and stuff. So I wonder where Zeke's falls in that regard. We'll see. Oh, his cape is off. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Oh, now he's going full power. 100% KDA, pretty much. Oh, now he's gone full power. Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we have had to endure. Oh, yes, sir. I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir. I heard it. This is even my final form. You, sir, on the end. The coachman. I believe this name, Beppo. Yes, sir. My lord, sir. Zeke wants to establish a feudal barony in England, Europe somewhere. Like, I was thinking, like, what? Is the Von Karma family descendant from Zeke's? I'm wondering. I wonder. Because obviously Naruhodo is Phoenix's great whatever grandfather, whatever. So I wonder if Zeke's is related to Von Karma. If it transpires that in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, explains why Francisca had a whip. You know who Von Karma's are related to in... Oh, okay. So we'll find out next game. Looking forward to that then, yeah. I'm going to jump into the second game right after this game. So, yeah. I'm not going to wait around after finishing Adventures. We'll play Resolve right away after Adventures. So, looking forward to that. You'll be found guilty of perjury. You're advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh, mio Dio. Why, are you Spanish? No, wait. No, that's Dios mio. I guess Latin? I don't know. Now then, witnesses. I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. If one of them isn't from Transylvania, you'll be pissed. You explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. Witness testimony. Various misgivings. I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear it, but well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. You got scammed. He fitted us on the fare, he did. And when I saw that blood-curdling sight as well, it's too much. I tell you, I saw McGill did stab that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so. Yes. I think so. I think he stabbed him. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger casualty existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cousinage. Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand you've been overcharging passengers by a penny a fare? It's cold and the last run of the day is always half empty. I get it, but you're also dishonest. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm so sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir. I had to pay 10 pence on the bus last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is 20 pence. I've done it arithmetic 10 times already, but I can't make the result come out any different. It's basic maths. No, that figures. Alright, we still have the suspicious fair play, whatever his name is. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. Alright. We know you're suspicious. Beppo death, but not before the end of the trial. Learned Eastern friend. Start using that now. Ha. I only carried 4 passengers that night. I saw it, but well, I almost told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Fair play, fair play. Yeah, it's pretty... but obviously he's not fair play. It's just irony. In the Ace Attorney community, yeah, they would understand what they probably get what you're saying. Someone else probably not. Yeah, Ladis? Yeah, Ladis first, yeah. It's called Ladies First. He's truly a gentleman, huh? I think you're sus, so let's press you on this. I think the next point is exposing fair play. So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who's sitting next to him. That's what I saw, isn't it? Yeah, it was bothering me before that this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only 2 of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There must have been talk of a 5th passenger. There have been talk, but as yet 0 evidence. Then what are you wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was.
Hold it!
Let's see. Maybe he'll move when we press the other guy. Earlier, you testified you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding a knife in an ice pick grip. Actually, wait, I didn't look at the knife yet. Landis first, Scottish gentleman. Ha. Let's mark a W. Yeah, it's more of a W, not an M. It's like Willy Wonka. And only M. And that mean Mr. Minus's gilded signet initial. Beautifully gilded too. It must have been very valuable, I think. Ah, what is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. A W. Yes, this is one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know at all. But what I am sure of it is that this is an M. Who writes an M like that? Yeah. This curve is for like a W. Oh, well, the idea was quickly quashed. M like Miles Strongheart. JK. Oh, is his name Miles? I missed that. His name is Miles? Like Miles Edgeworth, huh? I can't find anything out of the place. Or Miles because we're no, that doesn't work. No, I was gonna say it's a joke based on like measurements, but like we use kilometers in Britain and not miles. Well, we do use miles actually. It's not as common, but we do use miles sometimes. Oh, Mayo. Oh, Mayo Strongheart. Oh yeah, Mayo Strongheart. The pun is right there, huh? That part is the sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry, yes, I just don't really like blades. Oh, doesn't seem like wears like a man with a large katana slung around from his waist. That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Oh, ice pick. Oh wait, never mind. Nah, depends how deep it was. That looks a lot like blood. It surely is blood. The victims. An Englishman's blood looks a lot like Japanese man's blood. What are you expecting? Blood is blood. Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Did you know if you flip a 6 upside down, you get 2/3 of 9 and 10 by using... Ah. I mean, that'd be quite something, like, quite the maths, huh? I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. He thought British people had blue blood. Ha! Yes, I do understand. I mean, what? We saw Mr. Wilson. Or did Wilson... No, never mind. Wilson didn't bleed. Wilson didn't bleed. I suppose I might have, you know, yes. Put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horse from when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. But when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. Lied under oath. Pretty much. Pretty much. Perjury. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking out from his midriff. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So, in short, you didn't see the moment the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought I did, but when I go over again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I? What's wrong with you?
Excuse me.
Is this again? Probably the math is done, at least. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now, you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. You didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. He just happened to see the exact moment the crime was taking place. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through the skylight on the top of the omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember I saw it clear as a Ballarot day. It was a grim scene. I don't mind telling you. It's the only moment in the entire franchise we hear of perjury as a crime. I see, yeah, because everyone just lies. All the witnesses lie about something. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot on the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony. Give us a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that, alright. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Cool, let's see. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed the man? Blood-soaked hands.
Hold it!
No, shit, I meant present. Blood-soaked? Blood-soaked. Ahem, well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Both of them. And you saw that from the roof, through the skylight. Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. There's a lamp on the inside the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw. This banker's latest statement. I feel sure there's something not quite right about it. When you feel something doesn't add, present evidence. Yeah, we know. Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow we've managed to keep our charges alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful, as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from covering the important information. Yes, you're right. I need to pay careful attention here. I wonder if Strongheart is watching this. Yeah, okay, the reaction thing we already did. Reacting in a strange way. Yeah, we know. Right, for once, 5 pence, 5 pence. Stabbing the man, blood-soaked hands. Come on. Come on, blood-soaked hands. It's only one hand. It's not soaked.
Objection!
Blood-soaked hands. Well, I admit that soaked might be laying on a little thick, but he may watch from the gallery, but given he counts every second during meetings. True. Yeah, it's not both hands either. But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-coloured stain here. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Ah! In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. Gah! But, no, that can't be right. So, you're the liar here, then. Gah! That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said, it was both hands. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands. It was only one. The fact remains. The victim's hand was on the accused. Victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
I love how fabulous Zeke's is pointing. No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated he saw blood all over both hands. This means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Gah! Why? I'm a city banker for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society prevaricate. By the way, consistent is correct judicial term. It's funny how Rinosuke uses it despite not being an actual lawyer, while Phoenix uses the wrong term, contradiction. Ah, I see. I don't know. Good job, Susato, for teaching Ryunosuke. He's claiming not to have a reason to lie, but is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if he had some evidence to explain why Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. Something to show this man as a compelling reason to lie in the testimony. There is evidence. I have evidence. My lord. Yes, counsel? The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present evidence. Evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of court.
Take that!
This is a list of all the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims, crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worth you're being called a debt. Some form of... What? In case I'm late, because someone shared me the notes, I can copy the answer to this math question. Ha! Alright, catch you whenever. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become your debt in that case? The documents state a loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Yeah, you're screwed. Order, order, order. For Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again. Be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you, or did you not, see the precise moment in time which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Right. Now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGill's hands. McGilded's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying... Alright, first, what's up? I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir? Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands, I think. McGill. Yeah, I misspoke. I think... Yes, I'm almost sure if I was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? Alright, how does this work? It appears we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yes! Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn the things around here. So who killed him, though? I don't see... Unless we get another person coming in. There's no mysterious character, like, say, the woman in the first case. Unless we get some more witnesses coming in. So far, one of these guys had to have done it. But then, what the witnesses really saw. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we would all have seen. That seems pretty airtight now. Well, lo and behold. In truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly... there was no one else inside that carriage. The man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man did it. That's really not what the testimony is about. Let's examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible in the seat, corroborating the witnesses' accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. I don't see any holes in this so far. So we have to press. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely remember that. Okay, sure. However, you might say I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired that matters. So what did you see?
Hold it!
What did you see? Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance as well, you know. But for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? Well, that's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the derby. That's all. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend, that's a sure thing. Gambling, huh? A little guinea or 10? I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow little spending money for the weekend. Are you stealing from the bank? I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than your bargain for, sir. This witness scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work? Seen a knife and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands. Let's ask about the knife.
Hold it!
Let's ask about the knife. You definitely saw that too. Blood on both hands? Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. One of Mr. McGilded's gloves has any signs of... Only one of them has blood on it. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilded sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clear. It's true that the dark-coloured stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apparently this accused on a 9 question reported that these were no trace of blood on Mr. McGilded's gloved hands. There wasn't blood on his hands? This is puzzling indeed. This must be a significant somehow, I'm sure of it. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard a scream.
Hold it!
You didn't see anything? Oh yes, sir, that is to say, no sir, I didn't. I'm very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. It is very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Well, when did you agree, sir? I know you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir, I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beppo, you're driving your horses. And at the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? Oh, please. You didn't even see that. It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid, sorry to say, sir. It would seem prudent to avoid travel in the lost omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Beppo! Anyway, the fact remains there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we would have all seen. And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight of the roof of the omnibus. That's right. I was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember shivering. It was still bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Yeah. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh? Why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right. It was a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gen inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Yeah, well, I can assure you, I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring, long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence. that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? They might not have been able to. We have to disagree with it. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied. At the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claim. After all, the scene of the crime here is here in the flesh. Very well. I'll hold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area of the cross-section of the omnibus. This side here, yeah. The blind spot is here.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of the travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which the passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Ah. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one in which the victim and attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Gah!
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecutor's rejoinder. In British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Narhodo? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? How long do you think until he completely eats that cane? Probably by the trial is done. Let me check the court record. We don't have enough people here, though. Faust. First. First. Fair play. Beppo. 62. Mason. Zakes. McGilded. He's not involved. Who could have been on the other seat, which was out of sight of the witnesses on the deck? We don't. Well, I guess the W, maybe. Let's try and bring up W. Maybe W. Maybe this is the time to bring up W. Maybe. I understand, my lord. Defense would like to put forward. No, not a name. I meant like W. Shit. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt. Let us not delay, counsel. Defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. Oh, maybe it's actually... This could be it. This could be a chance to be waiting for my trial to turn in my favor. Maybe it actually was... Then murder. The person accompanying the seat in omnibus cabin as obscured from view was... I think it was actually Beppo. No, Beppo. McGill.
Take that!
McGill was on the other side. It was someone else. The passenger in the enclosed cabin from the witness who failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGill. McGilded. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
If I desecrate the chamber by smashing my hollowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. I keep saying McGill. McGilded is a mouthful. It's just a mouthful to say McGilded. Lord Van Zeeks. People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having learning and culture of their own. Free vowel. I know, but it's just a mouthful to say compared to McGill. McGill did, yeah. Gilded is just a yeah. It doesn't roll off the tongue. But I see they use terms inadvisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which the case is built.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed there was a blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Objection!
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to ID. And the victim's blood was in the passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Order, order, order. What is that you posturing?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that. Nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't clearly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their head were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. Yeah, everyone's wearing a hat. And what particular style of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in the cabin. How could you be so sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have been offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. He was asleep. My guy slept. Then the accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he travelled. He was asleep. My guy was asleep. He's right. If there was another passenger travelling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. He's inside the storage compartment. There is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, you already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's reason he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGill is no uneducated ruffian. If this indeed turns out the man had been withholding information, what statement? I think at the very start, kind of. I can't remember. Have you seen it? Let's double. I don't know. I can't remember. I don't think so. Not fully though. You can't be sure it would have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense. What is your opinion, my lord? Should we ask McGill to testify or not? No, we have to. We have nothing else. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call McGilded to the stand. In that case, I'd like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGill has to say. Get the man out here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how you run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favourite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. He just goes with the flow. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, should the defendant to the stand at once. Alright. Let's see how this goes then. I think like the culprit must have been inside the storage unit. Inside the carriage. They wanted from the front jury to the back end. Pretty much. Like, my guy just doesn't think. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? The Twitter discourse, huh? To be sure I have, my lord. To be sure I have, my lord. There are now two matters in which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus carriage as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? Oh, begad, no. 'Tis not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell you so, or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded. The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true? Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... What? Alright, that's another wrench in the spanner. No, Magnus McGilded. That convenient excuse can't save you now. I am truly sorry, I am, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was saying about the police. I do be having a good reason, I assure you. Which was... Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this place, into this here courtroom, just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. She could, if it was a child, she could maybe fit inside the storage. And who was this young child of whom you speak? But I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage last night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. This prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Huh? Ah! Smoke! Ah! Fire is a fire! Look, someone's trying to get away! After them! No use! I can't see anything through this smoke! What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Narhodor. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. They're here in the courtroom? Okay. We were hurriedly moved from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. Alright, let's talk to McGilded then, if he has anything to say. Who left the restroom door open? Ha! Nah, okay, because now it turns out there's apparently a fifth passenger involved in the case. There's a fifth passenger. So we'll have to see how this goes. Apparently there's a fifth passenger, so time to see where this leads us. The Old Bailey defendant's antechamber. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I managed to figure out what happened. Mr. Zato, I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. We're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like this? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilded actually? There are so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. He was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with this young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Oh. I think she must have just like snuck aboard then. According to the coach from Mr. Beppo, is it gonna be thing again? Nina. Is it gonna be Nina again? He took 4 passengers at night as a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence, exactly. But now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers. This means the figure doesn't seem to be add up again. She's right. That is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will commence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine that young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Mr. Zato. Yes. Unless... Why is she in the courtroom in the first place, then? Like, why is she here in the first place? Why'd she come back? Blonde, huh? Is it gonna be her again? Or no, or is it someone else? The young girl next to McGilded, look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Zeeks. Yes, my lord? I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled the proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, or the sort typically employed by the army. Goodness gracious, the army? What in devil's name? It was the elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, where she was caught, and now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in the court? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? Ahem, if I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGilded? I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why is it that this wee lass was here in the first place, and why did you try to bolt like that? It is all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Is it gonna be her again? We'll see. She's blonde, but it might not be Nina. Probably not. We'll see. You explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what had happened that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. The young girl. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and probably nodded off. Then, Begora, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me from with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I sat him up. I had the sea across from me. The child works in the coal mines. I don't know. Let's find out. I turned to find out that scream had come from, and bless my soul, where did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. Okay. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather, on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct? It is exactly as the defense counsel said. This lass was the 5th passenger, my lord. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. And you're awfully quiet this time around. Young girl. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and probably held it off. You look under my hat, you'll find 20 bundles of dynamite. I have 4 flintlock pistols under my garb and a crew waiting at my port. You have 3 minutes to let me go. Ha! Alright, that seems fine. We know you slept. Loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. Right, let's start from here. A loud thud, you say, and a scream? Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? 'Twas like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor after having been stabbed? Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me, I opened my eyes. There wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage, but it fell on the floor. You didn't see anyone? But at the same moment, you did hear a scream? Ah, from the seats above you on the floor deck, I assume. Not above me, no, my lord. It was from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by this desperate sight before my eyes. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him to the seat across from me. Wait a minute. Let me check something. Writing. Oh, wait. Let me check this. Across from you. Alright, open the door. Wait. Oh! We never noticed this! Whoops. That's blood, isn't it? Whoops. There's something wrong. Oh, it's just... Well, this blood stain is obvious, that's all. And yet, Zanjix has made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Check the seats, yeah. No, I don't have such a bad thing about this. Yeah, cause yeah, the writing is on. No, wait. Nah, that's wrong then, because if they're watching this way, they can only see this way. Did he say across from me? But yeah, oh, this is where this seat looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it. Only just wide enough for 2 gentlemen to sit side by side, really. Of course, an English gentlewoman would be dressed in such finery. It'd be impossible for her to climb up to the roof deck, so she would have been seated in here. A woman in kimono would be the same problem. Women's clothes are very impractical, aren't they? I feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves with that. Reasonably soft. Yeah, we saw. Because if they're looking down, they'd see. Yeah, he sits here. The other guy sits here. That's the blood-soaked seat. If you stab someone in full view of the passengers, it was after dark. Lamp in here wasn't a plan. Right. Okay. Yeah. So he was sitting here because there's text on this side. Let's see. I mean, she does agree with him, I guess. She does agree with him. And then the handle... Huh? Why is it empty now? It's just a storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Some things doesn't seem right here. but I can't put my finger on what it is. Oh, why is it empty now? The smoke screen. Maybe she wanted to. She had. Oh, I see. Maybe she wanted to steal something from the omnibus, which is why she came to the courtroom. I see. Was this here in the first place? I don't remember it. Well, that blood looks fresh. What do you see in there? It was like a chest and like they said like equipment for the horse rider, like just general storage equipment stuff and a chest. So, but this blood looks fresh. Actually, yeah, this blood is fresh. It's red. So who's bleeding just now? This blood is dry. This blood is fresh. Alright, let's check the top. Let's double check. Let's check the top then. Anything new? No. Okay. Fella collapsed on the floor, so I sat him up to the seat across from you.
Hold it!
Yeah, let's check. You sat him up, the victim, you mean? Well, I did. On the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. I find that little hard to believe. Ah, Ara, Lord Zeeks, now what would that be? You wake to find a man lying at your feet in a carriage, and no person would hail of a cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some wouldn't even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle of trouble. Are you suggesting you're going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no. I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only I had in mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. That's the whys and wherefores. Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yes. The scream he says he heard at the same time as the FUD. When I turned around to find that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find?
Hold it!
I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard was I woke up. It came from, if you excuse the vulgar expression, under my backside. Goodness gracious. Alright, cool. In the storage then. Under your backside. And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubby hole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Of course, the whole bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look inside. We did that already, yeah. That's when I found her. There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. But you can't open up the thing with if you're sitting there. So there must. So what? There's a 6th passenger. There's 6 people. There's a 6th passenger then. She's a stowaway, and then yeah. So there's a 6th passenger.
Hold it!
You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lampshade, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, my heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. You're really overacting this. Still, all in all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite, so I could have a wee chinwag with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. You sat this girl next to a corpse, sir. Well, I'm sure I mentioned. A gentleman in our position could all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fella's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and gentleman with a knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witness did not in fact see you or Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was in fact this girl and the late Mr. Mason. Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl. After that, of course, with the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and put up the horses. I do wonder how you must be feeling, Mr. Naruhodo, being the defendant's lawyer and yet finding out myself, as stunned as everyone else, at his testimony. Let's just say it's trying. We certainly had precious little time to talk to McGilded before the trial. We must not be dispirited. We must try to learn all the facts we can. When we arrived in London this morning, I didn't see my day panning out like this. Mr. Naruhodo, no grumbling, even your head. How did you know? I guess let's double check this one then. Let's see what he says. And when you first got into the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were. I see. Aye, and that's why I took the back side as I did. It's the most comfortable it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means, 'tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Thank you. I've heard enough. Okay, yeah, nothing to present here. Just press everything. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is this girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. Okay, it's someone else then. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here? A petty thief? Inspector Lestrade was a police officer in Sherlock Holmes novels. Ah, I see. More references to that then. I see. Order, order. Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you answer the question. Ah! How dare you? What is the meaning of this? Ah! The girl, she's gone. Open your eyes. I'm over here. Goodness gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what your lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed in the corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on. What? That's what's in your heads, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cause... Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs. Oh, this? Yeah, this was in the bag I lifted the other day, down where they keep the four-wheeled drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best. Ah, do not wave that thing in my direction again. So, you admit you were riding the omnibus on the night in question? 'Tis alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's like that Irishman said. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we'll now hear your testimony if you please. If you will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, if I have to. What the girl saw. So I stuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. And after a while, I heard this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin, I did. And the scream just came out. Because of that, the swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. Alright, yeah, so she was hiding inside the thing. Yes, he let you go. Alright, so she doesn't know anything though. She was inside the storage area. So there's a so she wasn't so then there is a mysterious person that wasn't McGilded next to Brickman. So we'll see. Was it this sassy lost child? Pretty much. The guy who does bricks. What's his name again? The victim. Mason. That's it. The brick maker. Failed names. Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I was sat last night. And the cubby hole which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume. So what, the sixth passenger left somehow? Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration. Ah. So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police were found her in there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when over time I knew she was innocent. Unless she's lying about this. Because there was stuff inside the storage. So I think there's a lie in there. I think they're lying. I think they both corroborated with Van Zeeks, maybe. Because they were talking to Van Zeeks together. So, but then I don't know if McGilded would let himself get in trouble. Even though you must have realized your action would result in your innocence being called into question. Not at all, my lord. Not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself ever doubting you, sir. This doesn't seem right. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. I think unless this is a case of what's it called? Where the guy is guilty, and then it's like what's it called? The test was pretty much the test from Strongheart, whatever his name is. Let me double check. Strongheart? Yeah, Strongheart. Like, he's like, oh, get a not guilty verdict. But maybe it's actually a test to see whether we look for the truth. Saints alive. Also, remember the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty? Mr. Naruhodo, this, well, it must mean what? Because if he's guilty or not, a win is a win. Ha! We're victorious. We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
The foot. The side of my iron-heeled Wellington offence. Pray do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in the British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Achieving final form, foot. Alright, he has a point, to be honest. This doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel right. So it does seem that he does want the truth. He does want the truth as well. Kind of. Well, he's on losing foot now, but... it doesn't feel right. Emotion. You are so back. The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good lord. I mean, I'm not surprised. We searched with it. The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilded's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? Okay, cool. Yeah, so he's not bad either. I don't think Zeke's is all bad. I feel... Even though he does want to win the case, but I don't think he's all bad so far. Order, order. How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been affected, counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in order to allow this to happen. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning... Fifth form. This compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead, you tell the court now, fella. How this is an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks. Nah, we can't, we shouldn't lie. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? We checked, thankfully, so we know the answer. How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of the little compartment under the seat omnibus? It wasn't empty. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my case cause a counsel for the defense, but as far as I remember at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there was a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, counsel? Ada, be whist. What are you saying now, you daft doll? I thought you were on my side here. Maybe he respects us now. Maybe Zeke's respects us a bit. What game are you playing? You're targeted to defend a man in stand. Why would you say something so to compromise his position? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state the facts that I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. 'Tis not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Oh, this is cool. Like, I think Zeke's is gonna respect him a bit. I guess. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. A fella's memory is a curious thing, not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That their cubby hole under the seat is as empty as a devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit you might have been mistaken? Yeah, hey there, welcome to the stream. Why do I feel like something's not right here? I'd like the jury to weigh on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild's rules state the omnibus should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that responsible. That money lending fleecer and the pickpockets are lying. Alright, so then we have to like balance it out again, I guess. We can't let him go fully guilty. Ah. I can't believe I was nearly taken in. That stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, the lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. I mean, technically, the prosecution had his own examination summation, technically. Quite so. I must concur here. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. What? So, like, it's like a lot more like on the defendant's side to like push for people to say not guilty when it comes to like reversing the scales. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. I wonder if you will comment on the fact that we told the truth at some point. What the girl saw. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like I always. But it was right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night.
Hold it!
A waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on my own, in the God permit at least some of the time. I beg your pardon, did you say God permit? Oh yeah, well that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you came out your hiding place and get away? Oh, I see, just to hitch a ride, I guess. That's it, only that night. This cove was sat on me seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch, I was totally stuck. Do you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time events unfolded in the enclosed cabin? Yeah. Right, mister. Okay, I guess he hired her to like help with him. So he hired a false witness because she just needs money off the streets. I'm assuming. To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone to make him look good because of the whole, like he tries to be a philanthropist to make himself look good. You didn't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? So this Mr. Lestrand couldn't possibly be the culprit then. I'll tell you, you can't see a bland thing in that hiding place. There's pitch in there. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. But after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out my skin. I did, and the scream just came out.
Hold it!
When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream, involuntarily. That's right, and then I felt the cushion over me head get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes? Or not. It could have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab the victim, could it not? Well, girl, do you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butcher's while I had a chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the bloke who had fallen on the seat opposite. So on the floor. That matches Mr. McGilda's account, of course. But then, the fella suddenly turns around and looks at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. I should never have risked looking. It's because of that the swell found me. He didn't help me get away, mind.
Hold it!
And when Mr. McGilda discovered you, he pulled you out from the hiding place? I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and sat me down the sea and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his gut. He was still bleeding. When the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. Ugh, how awful. Wait, what? He fell on you. The bloke had a knife in his guts, still bleeding. The carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto you. Interesting story, yeah. I was scared stiff. He dragged me out and sat me on the floor next to me. See, and a bloke had a knife in his gut. He was still bleeding. And the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. Yeah, that feels wrong. Both me hands got covered in blood. It made me sick. Feel sick as a dog. Both hands are covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passenger saw. After that, I believe you talked to Mr. McGilded for a while. Is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know me name and what I was up to and that. Then I heard something up above. Someone screamed. Ah, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one to see me face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up smartish and this here Irishman said to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later." But the police looked inside, so horses from the jury decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they were still unsure. And we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among the new testimony. Jury could clean that verdict we want. I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. Yeah, we know there was something inside it, so they're lying. Alright, let's just see...
Hold it!
Let's see this. So, you were already in the omnibus before it was even set off on its run. Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending on Joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, innit? I suppose he means there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. I mean, depends. If you're like buy low, sell high. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief. Can't even refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that doesn't clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making 20 to which the cabman testified. And one little scapegrace ran in for free. The red conch of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? That's when I slipped into character and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right? Be a hiding place in a storage compartment. A little equipment for the coach, no? Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuckle that and cram myself in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police who first arrived at the scene. The compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I could tell you. Since we've reached the end of that line of inquiry, continue. What's wrong here? Right? Oh, waste of time. We've got nothing to show. We did that already. Okay, fine. Just press this then and see what we can glean. So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all. Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with me head and look at the crack. When I can have a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can't have a look. The seat I got under ain't as plush as the other one, see. So most of the time the passengers plant themselves opposite. Oh right, I see. You just see this. I see, yeah. To see the steals from the other passenger on the other side. But for some reason that night, this Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. And for that reason you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see. Truth is, McGilded said the seat was the best.
Well, no.
I ain't too happy in small places. Feels too much like being thrown in the click. Alright, he's got something sus at least. I mean, I do get what he means by back seats being the best. Like, I'd say like, what's it called? Like, if I were to sit in here, I would sit on this side. Like, if I'm on like a bus or something, I like facing towards the direction we're going and not the opposite direction. I like facing towards... I like facing forwards myself, so I would sit here. I would sit on this side on, like, transport rather than here. I prefer facing the direction of the movement. Alright, you're being sus, so let's just pursue you.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Counsel? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no. 'Twas not important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass, is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was. I see. Yes, I'm sure we could all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. Fair play. Aye, and I don't know about myself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. Yeah. I suppose it does. Maybe. Mr. Strahd, did you hear something that night? Anything, an unusual noise perhaps? Nah, not really. I mean, how does the guy die without noise? All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Be jabbers, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you like scam. You little scam. What a pity. If only Mr. Strahd had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. Yeah. What should we make him the last statement of hers? Sure. Add it to the thing. Well, I don't think we can draw any particular conclusion from that. Very well. Revise position of the defense. What's the matter? Well, I don't know. Wait, did I misclick? Is that really true, you think? It must be, surely. She said that she didn't hear anything. Perhaps that's precisely the point. Could that be important in of itself? The fact that she heard nothing. Oh! Continue the cross-examination, Counsel. Wait, yeah, then press this. You heard nothing. Made me jump. Wait, did I press the wrong thing? Hold on, let me double check. I must have misclicked. I think I misclicked. I must have misclicked. Alright, come on, hurry. I think I must have misclicked it. Whoops. I thought I put to amend the statement.
Hold it!
Hold on, double check this. I want laugh already.
Well, no. Excuse me.
Wait, double check this. Something wrong. Oh, I do apologize. Blah blah blah. Come on, come on. You're thinking to yourself. All right, let me make sure I press the right option. Okay, come on, come on. Yeah. Does maybe. Do you hear anything last night? Nah, not really. What a pity. If Mr. heard something, let me give us a clue. It's oh wait, whoops! I thought I misread this. I thought it's important and it's profoundly insignificant. I misread it. I swapped these two when I read it too fast. My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, it's that profoundly important point. I'm sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of the Eastern Mind Council. Nevertheless. Miss Gina Lestrand, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating the last statement, please. What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do, but it won't work on me. That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move. I was straining my ears to work out what was going on, but I could hear was snoring. Do I have anything to present here? Anything about sound? I guess we just press this then.
Hold it!
So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hid yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have a butcher's to see what was what. But then, when I saw this swell getting on, I got me head down, so I didn't notice. He didn't notice me. And Mr. McGillis found the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah. Would you Adam and Eve it? What a mug. So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen. And I'm driving to him driving his pigs to market, snoring like a dog. Old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? It doesn't add up. Mr. Strad, what you've just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. At odds? Are you sure, man? I love... I guess it is formal to say man. Like, are you sure, man? But that always seems like informal to me. Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dog-witted as I feared. So Van Zieks realized it too. Counsel, I must insist you bolster your claim of evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Mr. Strad, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilden snoring, but think, Rinosuke, think. There's something else she should have heard. Should have heard... I mean, there was the knock on the door. Because he's like, bruh, let me in, it's cold. Let me check the evidence real quick. We have nothing to like hear. A largest knife. Should have heard him die, maybe. Because there's no sound that he heard of him dying at all. Either it's the death or it's Fair Play knocking on the door being like, let me in. It's either Fair Play or the guy dying in the first place. I'm gonna lean on Fair Play. I'll try Fair Play first. Or rather, does it mean... Either it means Fair Play or it means you should have heard Mason die. Like what? My guy just dies silently, like... Ugh. Either it means Fair Play or Mason. Yeah, either Fair Play or Mason, she means. Also, what? You said she was 15. She's 17. Yeah, I'll go with my gut about Fair Play first. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Mr. I could not fail to hear on the night in question. The sound explained by the presence of the following person. Let's try Fair Play. Doesn't seem right. No. It would seem phantoms are at work again. This time in Nipponi's friend's ears. I mean, the knocking on the door, but fine. You should a sound that will be very real indeed, however. The sound of your death throes. Okay, let's try the other passenger. Let's try Mason. Going to Mistrad. Let's try Mason. Should have heard Mason. Let's try Mason, and if not, it's the fact that he died in the first place. Because we're acting as if the guy just died randomly. Yeah, Brickman.
Take that!
I wonder if the photo would have worked as well. Because sometimes the game is really strict on what you mean, and sometimes the game is lenient that either way works. So I wonder if it was Mason. I wonder if showing the photograph would have worked. Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade couldn't have failed to hear. Is that the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus? Okay, him boarding. Fine. I mean, I feel like we're just taking the fact that he died silently as is. Like, my guy just doesn't shout when he gets stabbed. Like, yeah, I'm dead, sure. We'll see. You'll see how this case progresses. Order, order. Explain your reasoning, counsel. Mr. Strad, allow me to affirm something with you. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus, is that right? Oh wait, didn't he mention that he saw... No, he was the first person on board. Yeah, of course I was. I got in the while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? Stabbed in the neck prop. No, he was stabbed. He was stabbed in the abdomen. He died from a single stab wound to the abdomen. So he should have shouted. And the next person on board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded. And it was. Not a soul was in the cab when I climbed aboard. At least, not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't travelling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on. Remember, through the crack under the seat cushion? He was on his own, for sure. And, from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. Alright, cool. Now you, okay, that makes more sense now with the door opening closing. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for a swell to leave? Ah! Right, because I see. In which case... When and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Ah! We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Self-report. Pretty much. Everyone pretty much self-reports at some point. Therefore, Mr. Strahd's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zeek's. Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Mr. Strahd's statement. He would seem words of thanks on order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colourful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. Like, by all means we're helping the prosecution, but we're looking for the truth here. That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Oh, you're just gonna slam the gauntlet. Alright, we can't have another examination summation, but she didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she had some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars. And neither can I. Mr. Foreman! I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars. You just want to go home. You just want to go home. Alright, we can't have another examination summation, can we? Mr. Narhodot, that's 5 members lean towards guilty. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. What are you playing at? You've been one here working for useless Eastern Amadan. This is carnage. It's perfect. Juror number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Nahardo, the way this is going, I know, if we can't find out some new way to convince everyone that Mr. McGill is innocent, the judge will rule and we'll have to lost. I mean, there is still someone in there who's mysterious. I very much believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen. But most of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Alright, but there's still the mysterious person involved. Because if it wasn't the girl, it was someone else. Yes, the witness's lost statement seems to have revealed a rather critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibilities that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this case. What are you saying? What, was he brought on dead? He wasn't alive when he came on. He was dead already. No, that makes no sense. Let's see. Counsel, I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my whatever. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside a carriage. I mean, if he was put after he died, the door would still be opening. He was already there. That means it means he was already there. Yeah, that means, but then why is McGilded lying about being the first person in there? If there's no there's no other entrance. That's nonsense. If he was put there after he died, that doesn't make sense either because the door has to open anyway. So he was in there already. Clearly, he was in there already from beforehand.
Objection!
Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function of that clearly in your last sentence? Well said, Lord Van Zeeks. That clearly is troubling me also. No. That's really not the point. The point is that the victim must have been in the carriage from beforehand. But answer me this. By beforehand, to what specific point in time are you referring? Well, clearly, alright, fine, he came in after he died then. Yeah, so then it's... Penalty is not evident heavy enough, so ask again. If to be believed, how do you... Okay, yeah, sure. Wait, I mean, if he was put there after he died, but then the door must be opening anyway. But the door has to open anyway. Fuck it, we ball. There has to be... There's no other entrance. Like, that's not an entrance. We didn't see an entrance. We have this place on lockdown. Pretty much. So it had to be after he died somehow. From the top rope. Obviously, must have been placed in the guy after he was killed. Tell me, my learned friend, when was the function of that obvious... Okay, fine. Come on. What? Then it's... Okay, fine. Then it's... There's a hidden entrance. Oh, the skylight. No, then... I mean, because apparently... Let me see. They mentioned you can't open the skylight from inside. You can't open the skylight from inside. Sure. You can't open the skylight from inside, but... I guess from the top you can... From the top you can open it. Yeah, from the top you can open it. So, from the skylight then. I have 2 lives left. I don't... This game... The Ace Attorney games are annoying to click through if you read everything already. So I'd rather not lose here. I'd rather not die here. There's only one way to explain... Through the skylight then. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way.
Objection!
Zeeks is cooking you. I wondered what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. Behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door, the other only has windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no other entrance to the cabin other than the door. But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh really? Yes, one other way inside that it isn't the door. Who makes a fixed window? I mean, to be fair, it's like olden days, and like windows aren't as movable compared to nowadays. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Alright, counsel. That sounds so trash. I mean, there is like doors, like, have you never been in a building where you can't open the windows? Like, they're like sealed shut. It's like that, I guess. Alright, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here is the omnibus which the incident occurred. From where on earth is this entrance you propose the victim enter the cabin? The skylight.
Take that!
Oh! Maybe the guy was like, it's so cold here, I'm gonna jump in through the top. Only I've been the skylight. I say, the skylight?
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However,
Objection!
The skylight may very well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
That'll make a sound, won't it? I mean, maybe it's too far for her to hear, because the door is much closer. The door is much closer to her, and plus, if you open the door, it like it's high up. So I mean, the skylight. So you claim. Well, do you have some sort of evidence to support your addle-brained theory? Both Mr. McGilded and Mr. Stride said the same thing in their testimonies. They each claimed they have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone. Oh! So he got killed at the top, and then fell through the skylight. Oh, that would make sense. He didn't collapse, but he was killed above and then fell through the skylight. Yes, which was already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from his seat having been assaulted with the dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise? A noise loud enough to cause the Strad to let out an involuntary cry, in fact? Got killed above, but what about the witnesses? Yeah, these two are sus as hell then. It's like, this guy has done nothing this whole case. At least he was like, I'm gonna kill this guy to get my debt away. And like, this guy is like, no, I need money, so 5 pence. So, first is suspicious then. But why is, and then I guess maybe he's collaborating with Fair Play. Then, in that case. Obviously, this guy can't see shit. So, I guess maybe Fair Play is like, oh, it's this guy. Let's do some scheme to get this guy killed by the justice, to get him executed, so that my debt is cleared, and you, I don't know, you like to kill people. We don't know why he would do it though. Eating his cane, yeah, just enjoying his meal. Ha! A noise loud enough to cause Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Good gracious. Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin? That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside from the skylight, as you say, the passenger on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... Alright, what do you have cooking now? Might a humble fella make a wee comment here? Mr. McGilded? To be sure now, the two fellas who were sat on the roof that testified before said nothing of the victim falling from the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas... do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not those two chaps on the roof? You mean the ones who stuck the knife in the man were... Ah! Alright, you two come and defend yourself. Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you bliverer? You rotter, he said. You rotter. What are you insinuating? This is flaming outrage. I have a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said. And so will I. Mr. Fairplay, you're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker, and me, a very angry hatter. What do you do? What are you? Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts, it's a disgrace. It's scandalous. It's I protest. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right. I protest too. About you, you rotten scoundrel. Order, order. This is not the time, witnesses. Either these two are lying about it, or either these two are lying about the other person sitting next to Mason, or there is a sixth person there for some odd reason. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the antechamber room at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Zeeks. It was a defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon our protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to... It seems, you young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You proposed to the court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. The hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You've intimated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, this is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are you wasting time for? Get to them. Testify. I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on that fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. Alright, what's this? A new mechanic? What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? The spiders in the public gallery they're completely in frenzy. Mr. Fair Play and Mr. First. My lord? You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony. In reference to the indictment being brought forth by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. What I can do is keep pushing forward. Alright, let's see where this goes then. Either there's another person involved or these two are lying about the person next to Mason. We were the only two people on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. If anything happened where we were sitting, don't you think one of the other would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. Oh, the victim. Right. We had no reason to kill the man. This guy was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. You were so sure the victim fell through the skylight. Where's your proof? Oh, the bloodstain. Because why is that blood like splat on the floor? Wait, but that bloodstain wasn't there in the first place. I think. I remember looking. It wasn't there, was it? So I feel like McGilded is messing around with us. I think he's guilty, or at least he's hiding something. I think he's hiding something, or he's like guilty. But there is a bloodstain on the floor, which is the weird aspect. It's suspicious. It's too suspicious. I think either they're gonna pull a spirit of justice. No, sorry, not spirit of justice. Justice for all twist on us, or this guy is hiding something from us still. I must say, now listening to this testimony is somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on the rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. That's right. You see, we're innocent, I tell you. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another. What? Eh? According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Ha! Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial's going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy? Yeah, we're being set up. I feel this is a test, like as in, McGilded is guilty or he's hiding something, and it's like we have to be like, "Lo, this guy's guilty. This is the truth of the matter." That's our job as a lawyer, not to just defend, but also to find the truth. Something like that. Because that's a big theme throughout the whole series. So, Counsel to defense, over to you. Cross-examination. Yes, my lord. I think it's the last statement. The last statement, and we present the blood splatter. Let's press it first, but only two. I think, yeah, it has to be it. I think it happened when we were still sitting. Don't you think one of us would have known it? Blah, blah, blah. In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. You had no reason to kill the man. Sure. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. You just so sure the victim fell through the skylight. Where's your proof? Let's try presenting right away.
Objection!
I guess with the press first. Press first, event. I guess press first. We lost. We have 1 health now. I think that's really the only like big like not fatal flaw, but like if you're thinking way too ahead. Okay, fine. Press this first, and then we say, "Here's our evidence, proof." That's right. I don't want to hear it. We came here to say we saw. I tell you, not for this. But you call us both sickers. Brand us as criminals. You call us liars, that's what he means, and accuse us of doing it. As it stands at the moment... There's no hard evidence that incriminates yourselves, now is there? I believe we're in the same position as one another here. If I don't crack this case soon, he'll crack his teeth. I wonder if these two men really were involved in some way. I didn't say. I mean, I don't really know anything about them, do I? At the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGilded either. It's so hard to know what to believe here. I think... Remember, there's evidence alone that can truly determine the outcome of a trial. Evidence. No one can argue against decided evidence. Even the members of the jury. You're saying that what we need now is to find a conclusive piece of evidence. Something... Okay, it's obviously the last statement he wants us to present here. That he fell from the skyline. There's a button missing. That means something. Probably. That probably means something. The button is missing. The button is missing, so maybe... Why would the button be missing? No damage on the knife. Still confused, yeah. The stolen gears beneath the seat. Yeah, so far we can't really proceed with that. It feels like, it does feel like a setup by McGilded. It feels like an elaborate setup. It feels like it's being set up. And the W, yeah. So I have 1 life left. It's not nice. We have 1 life left. No, let's look at this. Inside here, look, Kazuma Soji. This was his band, of course. He had his heart set on the study tour in Great Britain. I'm sure he would have been found on the trip he longed for here. He lost his life before he even had the chance to see the place. Most of his hopes and dreams when I look at his armband, though. Alright, never mind. We're just sidetracking. We'll just press everything then and see, just to be certain. Maybe there'll be a motion movement.
Hold it!
So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck. Absolutely not, Dickon. No question about it, he said. None at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside a closed cabin talking with the man here. Is this true, Mr. McGilded? Talking, dear me, my lord. At the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately. Wasn't outright lie. Well, doubt you're engaged in... Let me stop you there, fella, you ask. Do you have any evidence at all? It is all about evidence in the court these days, so it is. You do well to remember that. Ah, I saw you with my own eyes. This is going so well. Let's check. Well, it wasn't the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly. Is this a kind of lark? Is this kind of joke he said? Is that what it is? Perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly? Are you fair, dinkum, sir? Are you serious, sir? That's what he said? It's possible I tell you. I'll give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bitter cold. And if you did manage, your eyelids would freeze shut and never open them again. That's extreme. It was extreme, I tell you. And we had to put up with it because this man unlocked the door. And a true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But you see, I was all away with the fairies and I didn't hear you at all. That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You're talking to someone. Now. 'Twas a cold night, so it was. Please be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. 'Tis hardly surprising. The voices. I hope I'm doing okay. Seeing things. I hope I'm doing okay. I believe we've reached an impasse here on a particular point. You. Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then 'tis only fair that you and the other fiend are too. Open and free competition is what capitalist society is all about. God. This isn't a competition. I should like to be involved in, really. In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. Oops. Skylight wasn't shut the entire time. Alright. Are you quite certain about that? That a skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. I'm going to lose this rag with you in a minute. That's what he said. Take a good look for yourself. Go on. You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was in the night. I mean, you can always close it. So it is, of course. A fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break through it. Still no. What? Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand. Now you hold on there a minute, sir. The size of the thing means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. I shot myself with it, as it happens. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I just meant to say, well, the point is I tried to open the skylight, you see. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as Rouge, I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be open. I tried it when I was inside the cabin of shame. Okay, you got something sus.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Mr. Strayed. It opens. The skylight. That is what we're talking about, right? All them skylights open. Dead easy. More easy even you can load that weapon. That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, You can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh! Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. And I had a great awe. I mean, I had purses coming out of my ears. Mr. Strayed, this is not the forum to eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I looked at the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was I used a skylight, opened the catch and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck. All right, I think it's because I thought this was a given. Sounds like bad design. I guess. I mean, to be fair, there is like there's stuff like that in real life as well. To be fair, like say a fridge. Well, I don't know. There's like some things you can't open from the inside, which is like really bad design as well. There's stuff like that in real life. So it doesn't surprise me. It's like, what's it called? You know, like those yeah, there is like stuff like that, isn't it? Like those things with like no shelters would have it open from the inside, but yeah. Bailiff. I mean, you can't open. Yeah. Climb up the roof on the honest and verify the witness's claims. Whoever designed them has a skill issue. Ha. A design oversight. It happens. Okay, yeah, now it slides open. Ah! Oh, my hat! See? This is going too well. Order, order, order. So, it appears this street girl's statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens. And from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been looking for. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Oh, I see. It's because, right, I think it's because we didn't know how the skylight opens. So it's like I was one step ahead of the game. I was one step ahead of it. Fastened shut before, but now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it. You can certainly see the inside of the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. There's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so the witness will be able to see things quite clearly. That's not good for us. Wait, let me check from the inside out then. Yeah, go. Because I was gonna... Yeah, I was thinking like, oh, because this blood stain means that he was slammed down from the top. Can't find anything out of place. Alright, yeah, you see for yourself. Oh, wait, what? Hold on, there's blood there. Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Why not to kick someone like you through? Certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. Why someone like me? Ah! What is it? Look, just here. Look at this. That's, without question, is blood. Why would there be blood stain here? Surely, it can't be related to the case, can it? Alright, cool. That's the evidence, but it feels wrong. It feels wrong. As in, like, it feels like...
Hold it!
Shit. Wrong button. Yeah, come on. I don't want to lose health because this stuff is annoying to click through. Like, there's no fast forward skip. Alright. Okay, come on. Alright. Make sure I press present. Alright, there we go. Present. And then omnibus.
Objection!
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach. And immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof, which remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in the very courtroom. What? That's utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom. Counsel. Yes, my lord. I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here. Where exactly is the... within the omnibus where you allude to? You'll point out what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof deck from the skylight. Yeah, this is planted. This is evidence that's been planted. This is fake. But we have to go for it we have to go with it for now.
Got it!
By Jupiter! Is that blood? This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. So it follows that Mr. Gilded, was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time. Cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. Order. But the blood could have been sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. And only found its way to that one particular spot on the skylight. Sure, and that would be very convenient. And let's keep that in mind. Keep in mind that a skylight catch can only be on passed from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two sheets, Mr. First? Yeah, no. He planted this shit. He planted this. This is wrong. It is all too plain if you see. Though, would this game really have a character? I mean, because like, I don't remember the other games having like a character actually like die. I mean like sentence someone to death. I mean, like characters die, but like we never see someone get sent to death. And like if he's guilty, he'd have been sent to death as well. Unless it's like there is a mysterious third party, another one. We'll see. Aftermath that shows the poor fella dropped from a fair height right there. So it is. What? No. But it can't be. It's all lies.
Hold it!
My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clearly proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? He really doesn't need a lawyer. It feels too suspicious. I can't trust him. I believe he can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in the courtroom. The stolen gears, yeah, there's still that stuff. So, I think we need to reveal the truth. So, they thought they could put a wool over my eyes, did they? I'm looking forward to seeing who the future jurors are. Because, like, it's nice having these, like, one-off characters. Well, everyone's one-off, pretty much. But, like, Just like small bit characters that also give thoughts on the case. I won't tolerate any of the guild's characters being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing. Sure. Sure. On 3 then. Everyone, 1, 2, 3. Come on.
Objection!
Let's go. Let's go, Zeeks. Come on, Zeeks. A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh, and what would you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zeeks? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight? Such evidence. It's null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection!
What are you talking about? It's everyone to see, it's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute certainty, no such smear existed inside the carriage. At least, not until this trial began, reaching final form. But are you suggesting, Lord Van Zeeks, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while this court has been in session. What? What a palaver. I must say, I didn't expect this crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your stand-in, Lord Van Zeeks. We need to help Zeeks, I think. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. I mean, did you take pictures, Zeeks? That'll be conclusive. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. Oh, that's why he came back, I guess. Oh, okay, the conspiracy is going on still, huh? You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt to the facts. You adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? Wait, unless the Supreme Justice guy is also in on the conspiracy. Either the Supreme Justice guy, either Lord Justice knows that this guy is sus, and he wants to test us whether we will reveal the truth or not, or he's working with him and he wants to save him. I don't know. I think this guy's good. He has to be good. But like, there's 2 ways Strongheart could be going with this. So, this guy's sus though. He came out of retirement to drink wine in the courtroom. Ha! When you would have fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. Oh! Maybe McGilded would have been fine with no witness, with no lawyer, because he would have done this stuff anyway. He would have somehow wormed his way through. Maybe, but then it's like, we saved him with the examination summation, or whatever it's called. So, we'll see. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut, Lord Van Zeeks. That will not do. This will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? No. Summation, that's it. Summation. I think it's fair to say this does all sound like rather a far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood in the skylight doesn't exist, you say. But if you will cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly smear blood in it without the word one his wife seeing? The smoke incident. Not exactly hard. Isn't that right now, Council? Come on. It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time the court has been in session. My learned friend. Ah. Here's to hearing your opinion on the matter. In your own words. Ah, he trusts us. He trusts us. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during the trial? If you're asking me, I think it could have been possible. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. The truth. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of... Oh, he's calling him that as well now. Ah, that's cute. That's cute. In terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh! Good gracious. Explain yourself, Counsel. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit. I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. Bang. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. Ah. The omnibus wasn't secure. I hereby call emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. Unless there's corruption going on and McGilded paid off people. The courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us remained to leave the chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Let me heal, please. Let me heal. I'm like 1 HP away from death. Give us another break so I can heal. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull? You rotten feckless gouger. Feckless gouger. You're supposed to be defending me. No heal, only content. Ha. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
No hit is attorney. Do it, coward. Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as, to start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, it was full of driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, this was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord Van Zeeks, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say, we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? I have an inkling. I mean, Zeeks, you have a photo of the body. I'm assuming next case, Zeeks is gonna have photos of the evidence beforehand, like just on hand, to be like, no tampering this time. My lord. Yes, counsel. There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare betray me, you little maggot, you'd better start watching your back.
Objection!
Silence, Mr. McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what is truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to do to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Where exactly is this alleged mark you claim appeared at some point during the trial? The blood stain on the floor. The blood is too fresh.
Got it!
If you consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I can recall, this blood stain on the cabin floor, one chance, one opportunity, pretty much, is risky business now. The one was first brought into the courtroom was not there. Good lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. It's the 19th century. Clearly we have a small round object containing non-lethal gas in the smoke. We don't have cameras yet. Please, someone go look up the camera date uses. No, we have cameras. We do have cameras. We literally have this. We have cameras. We have cameras. Just the only thing is, I guess, Scotland Yard didn't picture the evidence. But we have photos. We have cameras. Time to rewrite history. I mean, to be fair, I don't think in the past we had blazing fires that can just be like set whatever and massive like gear houses. Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Time travel manning up. First camera was invented in 1828. Ah, also a long time ago, yeah, to be fair. Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that blood stain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether the evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. Ah, he respects us now. Ah! This trial is over. Mr. McGilded, I've done everything possible I could to cooperate with the court, but it is all over now. But you're the defendant. 'Tis over, I tell ye. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, 'tis all nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there now. Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out, it has been. That good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord. Drawn out. I mean, to be fair, this is the shortest trial so far. This is the real trial took a whole month. I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of the... Unless Sholmes comes in. Unless we get suddenly Sholmes coming in with like, oh, here's some photos. I'm here now. Hi. Let's see. We need photos. If we have photos of the evidence, that solves it. I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollection of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence. In absence of any credible method by which to prove his alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say it would be improbable for his trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Oh, so he's just gonna get away with this. Is this gonna be null and void? In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed with my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm the defense first. Do we have anything? What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem Mr. Gilded will be found not guilty. Yes, which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now? With all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes the defendant could be guilty. I am here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? For other content. We're technically throwing the trial. Technically, we're throwing our winning position. Technically. Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove he is innocent. Out the window you go. Good. Good gracious me. Order, order. This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocent into question? Are you of sound mind? Oh, 'twas a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer. So it was, a grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Your job here is done, fella, and some fine work you've done so far, so you have. What do you mean? Tis just as the right honourable gentleman so succinctly put it before. The trial can't go any more. And your closing statement there was, how do I put it now, nothing more than a formality. Come on, we need some twist here. We need some twist. Yeah, not sus at all. Come on, Sholmes, come on, Sholmes. Come on, Sholmes. Just come out of nowhere and save this place. I really don't know what to make of all this. Or like, I don't know, Cosmo's blade just cuts him up. I don't know. We'll see. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship will be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. His stinking rich are always guilty of something. You... mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park. Yeah, number 3 is pretty interesting. Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. This sounds shit. Come on, last minute thing, anything? Or is he gonna escape? And we have to deal with him in the future? I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
Objection!
Let's go. But we still haven't determined if the blood in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Okay, this is the justice system that we're dismantling, that we're gonna bring change to. I do believe that this girl is untrustworthy, just untrustworthy. So we have trying to answer the math question. Lord Van Zeeks, my lord. The court made by the prosecution was flawed. The case was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus president as evidence was tampered with, prosecutors at fault for allowing such disgraceful preservation of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection!
But wait. When we were evacuating the courtroom, Lord Van Zieks ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot sit on responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair. The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to prefer judgment. What? Oh, this is shit. Well, Lord Van Zieks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Do you mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? 'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Yeah, this is what we're doing. This is gonna set up the big justice change, I feel. Magnus McGilded. Good grief, you've more to say to me, have you? Being the jury is always a waste of time. Ha! Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Well, something to look forward to then. Wahahaha. I hereby pronounce the defendant Magnus McGilded. That's so shit. Nothing changed. I mean, this is England, so things might have changed. Because it's set in Japan. Well, Japanifornia. But, I can't believe it. This is an outrage. They should be examining the evidence more. This man has been cleared. He's innocent. Within the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict, and my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. Alright, I need closing words. Is this sag much harder? Yeah, I guess this is the thing Kazuma's been alluding to all along. That certainly was a long trial. Yes it was. Your first ever trial in foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Mrs. Otto, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know about that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. That you did. Yeah, just leave, please. Just leave. Mr. McGilded. And that girl's with him too. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they've been letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. Okay, that's actually mentioned. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular. Wondered you say? Yes, definitely. I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and be sure it was. W's still a W. Then what about this W? Oh, this M. M or W, we don't know yet. This evidence did nothing for the case. I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Wahahaha. Oh, I don't know about that. The lady wrestles him to the ground, you get the knife. Just kill him here. Just kill him here. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure he really did anything. Wonder if you sane, fella. How'd I walk out there a free man then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me straying the head there once or twice. But you're strong and young and headstrong. Wahaha. Ah, 'tis what's under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and obstinate deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? Suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I guess this is why there's no investigation portion as well. I guess we can't like fully double confirm everything. I have absolute faith in them, so I have, after all. I did be providing a good number of their wages. Ah. Oh, it's corruption. It's corruption. It's some big corruption. Like, oh, Van Zeeks is like, yeah, we gotta stop, like, stop them from doing protect the evidence. And they're like, nah, we're good. I hope this guy gets, like, sentenced at some point in the game. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed with offhand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Ara, be whist. You're a humble person, are ye? You from the east? Well, if you insist. But have this, still and all, you deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. Hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to schedule. To schedule? Content you don't face negative consequences for it. So why are you complaining? Ha! We'll see. We'll see. How's it going? It seems we're at the end of this case just now, but it's interesting stuff so far, for sure. Well, let's be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? I'm going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. Why? Going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. As an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. It's a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a way over time while you're studying here in Great Britain. And there he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Alright, you're probably feeling guilty about this, I hope. You probably got something. Don't move. Whereas I want to say get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Mr. Strayed, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry. And I hate all grown-ups. Ah, there you are. Oh. Naughty, naughty, running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? And taking that with you as well. I look forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ha! Just like, here's my bigger one. Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White and more white. You have to be shrouded in smoke. It could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? at all. I just took my eyes off it for a moment whilst I was changing onto a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. What's it? What? I have no idea what this girl's talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now. Back to my laboratory. What? What for? To apologize, of course, silly. To my technician. What? You mean, say sorry? You must say sorry for what you've done wrong. When you've done something wrong. Sure, an adult has told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to no adults. Come along then. Follow me. Fine. Have it your way. Oh, good. You see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. I'm very sure that's what she wants, is not to get shot by that massive gun of yours. How long has that first girl had that meat tent with her? And why does the pink one have a Sholmes hat animation? I did see... Okay, truthfully speaking, I did see in the gallery. I know who she is. I know who she is because I was looking in the gallery for anything I could use for a thumbnail, and like I know who she is. I know who she is, so we'll see if they reveal it now. If not, we'll wait until they reveal it officially. But I know who she is. I'm so sorry for the fuss. I know who she is though. She was a lively one. But I know who she is. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yes, you're right. But where to? The thumbnail isn't the vid stream, so it doesn't count as cheat. No, as in I was looking for artwork to use for the thumbnail from the gallery, and the gallery reveals her name. So I did see who she was because her name was there. I know who she is, so yeah. Even though we don't know yet in-game who she is. Oh, we haven't had the time to find a place to stay here. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our travelling cases are still with the bailiff. I was already planning to spend today in search of lodgings. But at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. In the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we can spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. And also, yeah, the guards were like, yeah, these guns are fine. They're not guns. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid, just he's an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room or a mansion. Nah, don't take the blood money. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead, just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over. Yeah, of course. There's more to it. There'll be more to it. Okay.
What's going on?
Oh, did they burn down the... Oh. Oh, no. Oh, it's just... Yeah.
How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
Oh, that's Scotland Yard, yeah. Oh, is someone inside dead?
No. Oh, good God.
Come on, who's dead?
There's someone in there.
This can't be.
Okay, you're alive. I thought you were killed. Come on, who's dead? Come on, who's dead? Who's dead? We don't know yet. End. Ah. Do we find out next case? Impressive animation. It's pretty nice, the anime cutscenes in this game. Alright, let's see. I don't. Because I don't know how long these cases will be. Okay, this one was the shortest case because these two took 6 hours each. Let's see. Should I just? I want to find out. I want to know, and I want to get to dealing with the guy. I think it'll be like 2 or 3 streams left. I assume, maybe thinking, 2 or 3 streams, of this game left. If each case is like 1 stream, unless they do like a very long case for like 5 and 4 or vice versa. Let's see, because I'm not streaming this tomorrow. I don't think I probably should just hold it for next week. But I really want to find out. I really want to find out goes homeless or not. Because I don't know, how long is case 4? How long is this case? Because if it's like, I wouldn't mind doing like 30 minutes or something of investigation, just to like have a teaser for what's happening next, and then we find out. Then we leave it for next week. I want to find out who died inside, and I want to find out. I want to see how, I don't know. I'm curious to find out, but we don't have much time. Like at most, like hour, 30 minutes, or something. So, but also means that each stream is pretty much clean. Like start of the case, and then use it as a thumb. Oh no, I avoid spoiler thumbnails in general for like people browsing randomly as well. I'll probably try to use Van Zeek's as a thumbnail along with Naruhodo, maybe. Let's get a slight teaser for this case. Let's get a slight teaser. Just to slightly know where we're going for next stream. Because yeah, I try to avoid spoilers in my thumbnails.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed.
You can say that.
Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
All right, we'll get some of the, what's it called, idea of what's happening, and then we'll probably call it. Besides at Heaven's Gate, when they judge you, he did not put spoilers in his thumbnails. Ha. Ha. But yeah, I tried to, like, let's say, avoid putting anything explicit in my thumbnails. That's spoilery. Just for, like, people who, like, just randomly browsing. Like, I don't know, what can I use? What can I say as an example? Not sure. But let's say for this one, obviously, I won't put like a character who died. Like, okay, yeah, I wouldn't put like Kazuma's dead body on the thumbnail because that's a spoiler that he dies. So I wouldn't put that, for example. I wouldn't put Kazuma being dead on the thumbnail, even though like we're in case 3. Now, I wouldn't put that. Well, case 4, technically. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious. I felt like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gaslights twinkling, it was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night. What about the enormous beds? After all my time on the SS Buria, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you could only dream of normally. Except, when I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. You could justify that Kazuma could be sleeping. Ha! Ha! Sure, for an Ace Attorney game, a character just on the floor, like, he's asleep, don't worry. He's asleep, don't worry. But yeah. It does make thumbnail making a bit tricky. As long as it's not obvious spoiler, it's fine. But yeah. If it's like a character, for example, getting stabbed in a cutscene or something, or like an important character or something, and something big happened to them, it depends really. I try not make it overly like, what's it called? As well as with my titles, I try to find a balance between making it clear what part of the game I'm playing, but also for those who know, so like people that want to like catch a part of the stream where I'm at a point in the game that would be interesting for them, let's say. I try to use my titles and thumbnail like that. So like if it's something people know, they know, then that's fine. But like obviously blatant ones, like let's say for example Danganronpa. If I was playing Danganronpa, I wouldn't put like the next victim's body or something that would show it on the thumbnail. Or like a scene from an execution scene. But the prosecutor with the black mustache, 2 times points if you leave the fake transparent background in the thumbnail. I don't try. I at least want the thumbnails to look good. I want my thumbnails to look good at least. Like I can't do like those like meme thumbnails where people just like write down like text in like scribble, or like they just put like something rushed, I guess, or like something that's like weird. I try to make my thumbnails look good at least. So I can't really do those types of thumbnails, I feel. When I earned £3, the dream quickly turned to a nightmare. Oops, sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. So what? Is it pennies, pounds, and then forgot the currency. We don't use that nowadays anyway, but the other currency. Just draw thumbnail and paint. Ha. Yeah, is it like just those like just like rushing scribble thumbnails? I can't do that stuff. It's not my style. In a lodging house in Japan, the sum of the money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when you were present with the bill. I really am sorry. Well, never mind. You must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. I mean, wouldn't they accommodate us, the justice guys, because we're here to study abroad? Call you misguided, but let's say it's because someone incompetent at art worked on this game. No offense. Ha, fair. Fair. It's more like just me wanting my thumbnails to look good. Like, it's more like I want to be clear of my thumbnails, like what game I'm playing and what point in the game I'm playing for people who know. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. London is a scary place. Good morning at this early hour. And there's Lord Justice. Or Strongheart. Oh yes, well... Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report the outcome of the trial at Old Bailey yesterday. Sono-san is amazing. This isn't bat an eyelid, even in presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Yes, I believe he had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices. Oh yes, it was very eye-opening. Thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've been apprised of the events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh, no longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land. I'm suspicious of you because of the way the trial happened. I'm suspicious that you're corrupt as well. You're probably corrupt as well. Yeah, he feels corrupt. I can't trust you now. Sorry. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. I wonder if that lady from the first case is linked to McGilden, yeah. Another case? Already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure. I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's come to terms with? That man was cleared. What more are you hoping for? Yeah, no, he's corrupt. He's not like, I'm searching for the truth. He's like, get my defendant. I want not guilty. 100% win rate. So, yeah, he's sus. Culpability of the defendant has no, yeah. Don't remind us. Yeah, sure. Yeah, he's sus as hell. Yeah, we don't need reminding. I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGlidden really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo, it's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus McGilded passed away. Oh! Oh, he's dead. Oh, okay, fine. Passed away immediately following the trial. No. What? Mr. McGilded is dead? I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. Alright, cool. That's him who's dead. I mean, okay, so he was sent to the courtroom and then was killed off. Someone killed him off then. Either it was Van Zeeks. Maybe Van Zeeks killed him. Because he knows, like, yo, screw you. You should have died there. Van Zeeks, maybe? Or maybe the other guy, the ladies first guy, Mr. First, is suspicious. Nah, I don't know. It's not clear. But yeah, things are afoot. McGilded's death. I don't understand. What happened? How could he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there's a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you presumably recall, an omnibus has been wheeled in the courtroom. Yes, of course. That was the scene of the crime from which Mr. McGilded has been accused. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. No. How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already. The police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of this carriage as that of Mr. McGilded. That's awful. Man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. That bailiff really needs to pay more attention. And how could that have happened? I mean, okay, maybe it's too much to be suspicious of, but like, what if it like wasn't him and it was some other corpse? Because he... Yeah, what if it was a different corpse? Though, I think by this point, maybe we should maybe just trust that it is him. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilded died mention going back in the corner to look at the omnibus. Yeah, I know. Name one other course that could wear a hat like that and be proud. I mean, if it was charred, there's no face and no clothes. So an inspection of the omnibus? Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But then who was Mr. Good talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer a concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Poor McGilded. Alright, British Court. So, how did you find your first taste of the country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was... wow. Mr. Narhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan. It was only a few decades short. Old. Wow, so that is a way of words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. The most advanced in the world, is it? Not quite. It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple? That was simple? As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. Oh, he is corrupt. He knows about the tampering of evidence. He knows. None of the case was so incriminating. I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Does the imperious rhetoric exist in the world? Not quite sure what you mean by that. I'm not too good with that term. As in, like, I don't know the term too well. This is like, obviously, set 19-somethings, I think. It's something funny. No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. Yeah, you're sus now. You're sus. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent, wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much at least is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I have prepared a new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before? Alright, let's see this new case before we call it a day. Could you... Because I want to make it like... Next stream will be this case pretty much. Rather than cut it off part way. Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me. It's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Don't worry. It's nothing of so alarming or quite urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? That is to say, no one has died. As yet. As yet? The trial will not be today. There's plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. The trial's tomorrow then. Is everything alright? Oh, yes, I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after McGilded's death. Trial. Ah yes, I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is a currently no advocate for the defense. Oh, if the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. If that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Yes, that's right. Here we go again. Your time is up. You have to excuse me. I'll advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time you mentioned the 23 hours, you said there's plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something that you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asoji. I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world worked so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I need to work towards that myself. And there's another thing. Oh. Another thing? Continue. On the way here on the steamship, he said something to me. Something very important I have to do. Something very important. And what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he'd ever made it to Great Britain. You're out of time. Well, thank you for enlightening discussion. Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Soji, never once mentioned anything of the sort to me. I urge you both to focus your attentions on the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to apprise you of the details. Ah, we don't have Hosonaga. Ah, I like him, but oh well. I guess it makes sense he'd be back to Japan. I guess. Ah, how long has he been there? So I wish you all the best of luck and bid you farewell. There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we better talk to that detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I'm probably just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. Alright, let's see. Are we in the clock tower? Is this some kind of clock? Actually, I think we might be inside some sort of giant clock. But those gears are larger than anything you'd find in a steam locomotive even. It's eerie. Do you think clocks are some sort of hobby of his? The Lord Chief Justice, I mean? Well, boys do enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they? Unless you could fiddle with cogs that size, and I'm certain you wouldn't call him a boy. Still, it's amazing how little noise the cogs make, considering how large they are. That's actually something quite similar in this precise rhythm. Honestly, it'll get annoying over time, personally. It's like having a clock constantly go, like, just ticking noises. But yeah, I think we'll call it here then. Just so, like, we learn about the case, but then it's like, I forgot what happened, like, next week, so... At least we learned what happened inside the omnibus, and like, okay, sure, McGilded is dead, so there's that. Let's yeah, let's save. Okay, we can save, yeah. All right, let's go. Okay, yeah, save. Alright, we saved already, but save again. But yeah, we'll come back to this next week then. another double. Oh, is it saving the last room I was in? But yeah, okay. Alright, yeah. That'll be all for today, yeah. I'll leave it for next time so that we can, like, if we learn anything, if we get anything spicy from the investigation, it's like we're not waiting for like gosh knows how long until that comes out. At least now we know, like, okay, yeah, McGilden's dead, even though he got away with it somehow. Someone killed him. Who knows who? I don't know. I'm assuming maybe it was either it was the mysterious sixth person in the that killed the mysterious person that killed what's his face? Mason. Or it was Zeke's. I don't know. Zeke's doesn't seem to turn out kill someone. Either it was Zeke's or it was the sixth person in the carriage. Because if the two people were telling the truth, it means that there is someone there we don't know about that McGilded is hiding. McGilded and I forgot her name. Lestrange? Not Lestrange, but is it Lestrange? Less something. No, I forgot. Yeah, her. That she's hiding. So we'll see later on. Unless it was Mr. Supreme Justice. No, he was short though, apparently. A short guy. We'll see, we'll see. But yeah. Looking forward to finding out more what happens. I'll schedule 2 streams of this next week at least. And then if we need a 3rd stream because the last case takes forever to do, we'll do that as well. But yeah, looking forward to that. I'll leave a slot open next week just in case we need to do 3 streams of this. But yeah, blaming John Curtin, just suddenly he's there, huh? But yeah, alright. That'll be over today. Tomorrow I'll be streaming Master Duel. So yeah, there's that. Alright. That'll be it for now and take care. Have a nice day. Bye bye.